Thank you, everybody. Welcome to our debut of the Verdugo Woodlands, aka Selvas de Verdugo proposed historic district. I just began this before GTV turned this on, so I'm going to repeat a little bit. This is the first meeting where we're combining what used to be two meetings. We would normally start a new district application process with a community meeting where we would kind of send out notices to everyone, sit down and have kind of an informal discussion as much as possible, answering questions, hearing people's thoughts and comments, hearing people's opinions. Do they support the district? Do they hate the district? Do they not know anything and just want to learn more about the district? And so that's what we're doing tonight for the first section of the meeting. And instead of waiting another month or another 2 months to have the Historic Preservation Commission meeting, we're having HPC meet immediately after this meeting. We'll have a 5-minute break or something, but we're going to combine this into two meetings. There'll be a tiny bit of overlap between the two, but we'll try to eliminate as much of that as possible. And we encourage you to stay for both sections. This part, like I said, is informational. Here's what the applicants from Verdugo Woodlands have offered us in terms of why they think this should become a historic district. I, on behalf of staff and my colleague Ani Minatsakanian over here, we're the preservation team for Glendale now. And so we'll offer our thoughts on, what we think about this proposal. And then if you can bear with us and not ask questions until we kind of finish the presentation, which I know is hard sometimes, but it's especially important tonight because as much as I'm saying, hey, this is going to be informal and we're going to be chatting about stuff, because we also wanted to make sure that this is televised. So people who aren't in the room tonight can call in, can watch what we're talking about, hear what we're saying, call in with their opinions. Everything has to be said into a microphone. So I'll be here sitting in front of this microphone, and once we get to the Q&A comments section, we have a mic in the middle of the aisle here. So I'll open it up for questions. You guys can stand in line or do whatever, ask questions. We'll answer them as best we can. And like I said, we're here for all the different possibilities. People who support the district, we hear you. People who oppose the district, we hear you. People who don't know enough to make any kind of opinion and just want to learn more so that you can form an opinion. This is probably the best audience for a meeting like this because we hope to give you enough information so you understand what it means to be in a historic district, why this neighborhood has chosen to nominate itself as a district. So I think that's all I needed to say up front. Seems like everyone's in a good mood, and so we won't have people raising their hands frantically. We'll just wait. I do have a bunch of slides. Some of them I'll go through pretty quickly. But what we want to do is just, could we? Uh-oh. Where's Brian when we need him? It was just working. Podium? Oh, no. Podium. There we go. Okay. Ani helped put together the slides, so we have a lovely green bar on the slide symbolizing the greenness of the Woodlands neighborhood. So we're very subtle here with our symbolism. So here's a quick agenda overview. I kind of just said what we're doing here, but we want to make sure that everyone in the room, everyone who's listening, is aware that when a historic district is designated, which is not going to happen tonight, is not going to happen even soon. This is, even though we've streamlined the process, it's still going to be a year and a half. We don't know because there's certain variables with time that we can't predict. But we want to make sure that everyone knows no decisions are being made tonight. If HPC is inclined during their meeting to think we have enough information to move forward, we're just going to take the process forward, and I'll explain more about that later. So I think it's important for everyone to realize, you're going to have your piece and say what you think tonight, but you're going to have many other opportunities, and your views may be refined in one direction or the other as time goes on and as you learn more. So it's truly a democratic process, And what's important to remember is historic district applications come from the community. It's not a top-down city looking down at the neighborhoods and saying, you will become a historic district. We really are waiting to hear from neighborhoods to see if you think that there's something special about your neighborhood that could be benefited through historic preservation, through monitoring changes to properties that reflect the historic character of not just the buildings and houses, but of the neighborhood itself. That's great. So here's our agenda. For anyone listening at home, you can call in tonight. The public notice that we sent out had this number, but I'll just repeat it. If you want to testify or talk during this forum, or if you want to actually testify during the HPC meeting, and you can do both. You don't have to just choose one or the other. The phone number is 818-937-8100. We also have these links to all of the information that was put up online, including the nomination form, information that the city has about historic districts in general. We also have brought you all sitting at the front table when you walked in, and this table, we have the Living in a Historic District pamphlet, which gives you a decent amount of information and a fairly short read. So hopefully you'll grab one of those. So, question, what is a historic district? Historic districts exist around the world, so this isn't a Glendale thing. It's not just a California thing. It's many places have historic districts to protect the feel and the character of certain areas. In Glendale, our historic districts so far have been residential neighborhoods. We don't have a rule about that. We could have a commercial historic district. We could have an industrial historic district. But so far, the interest in the community has come from residential neighborhoods. And that's true of many historic districts around the country. So we're kind of right in the kind of normal realm of how people look at this form. The idea of a historic district is that we're looking at areas that have a feel or a sensibility, a sense of place, some people say, that makes it a little different than other neighborhoods in Glendale or other neighborhoods that you've seen. Sometimes it's even different than the rest of your neighborhood. You might have a big name for a neighborhood, but a small pocket of it has a different feel than other parts of it. So Royal Boulevard's an example of that, where there are lots of beautiful homes in the Royal Boulevard neighborhood, but Royal Boulevard was selected by the people who lived in that area, and this was our first historic district back in 2008. It was selected because of the way Royal Boulevard snakes up the canyon, because of the way the palm trees line it, because of the way the homes kind of face each other and feel. And it definitely has a character that's different than other parts of Glendale. But a district doesn't necessarily have to be these kind of large Spanish and Tudor houses. A district can also be kind of more modest houses that tell us a different story about how people live and what people expect from a neighborhood that they've chosen. So Cottage Grove near Adams Hill, the houses are smaller. They tend to be more focused in their style. They're either Tudor revivals or Spanish instead of reflecting a wide range of styles like many of our other districts, including the Verdugo Woodlands that's proposed tonight. So I wanted to start before we get into the wonky planning. This is the definition of a historic district, just to remind you that these are areas that have a feel that people in the community think is worth protecting. And through a district, we can offer some ways to protect those. We currently have 9 historic districts listed at the top, and we have 3 pending or proposed historic districts. So the Bellhurst district is in the process right now, so it's further along than where we are tonight with Verdugo Woodlands. And then we also have a neighborhood, it's number 12 in the Cumberland Heights area that's called Cleveland Knoll, and that's being proposed as a district, and we're going to hear a similar meeting as tonight in October. So here's the wonky part. I won't read every word of this, but because government has to have laws and ordinances and everything, you have to say, what is a historic district? It's a significant concentration of buildings, structures, or sites that are united historically and aesthetically by plan or physical development over time. So that's a lot of words, a lot of a lot of variables, because we want the definition of something like this to be broad enough to encompass many different kinds of settings and situations. Some people think that an area that may become a historic district is worthy of protection for its historic importance, or its architectural importance, or both. As you can picture, when people choose to live in a neighborhood, there's something about it that tells you about the cultural viewpoints, the tastes, the aesthetics of the period when a neighborhood was developed. And those are often the kinds of things that people want to maintain. But just as importantly, some people don't care about maintaining those things and don't necessarily want to support a historic district. So I want to make sure that I'm kind of encouraging people to see this as there's a spectrum that we're looking at, and I still have no idea where everyone in this room is or who's listening in. And like I said before, that's a spectrum that can change as we learn more, as people organize more. The zoning in your neighborhood in the Woodlands is either R1 or R1R. R1 in the flat parts, R1R in the kind of winding road hillside areas. That stays the same. So officially a historic district is an overlay zone. So the R1 stays exactly where it is. All the zoning restrictions, all the requirements under the city codes stay the same there. And then we put the historic district overlay on top of that. So what it means is, well, I'll get more into what that means. I don't need to say it here. We have an ordinance and design guidelines for our historic districts. The ordinance is the law that establishes, how we develop historic districts, how we regulate properties in historic districts. And then the design guidelines provide us guidance when you live in or own property in a district and you want to make a change to your house. The guidelines kind of help you understand the kinds of things that may be more appropriate, the kinds of things that may be less appropriate. We'll talk a bit more about that in a few minutes. These are the official reasons that the city has published for why should people be interested in designating a district. I'm not going to read these because I like to think of it more in the experiential level of people who buy a house. And when you buy a house, there are many, many reasons you buy a house. You love the house itself. It fits your family. It's in a great school district. But for a lot of people, it's one or more of those things, but it's in a neighborhood that you like, the feel of the neighborhood. You feel very comfortable there. You think it's beautiful. You think it's interesting, whatever. And that's the thing historic districts can do. It can help maintain that feel while letting properties change. And we'll talk much more about that. But just to upfront say, we don't stop change in historic districts. We allow change, but we work with property owners to make changes that kind of take into account the character of the house itself and also the overall neighborhood. Here's our new streamlined process, just to give, I'm not going to read all of this, but you can see the community forum and HPC hearing is where we are tonight. Everything else in blue is an opportunity for public participation and public comment. So there will be multiple times when you're able to talk to decision makers, talk amongst yourselves, talk to staff, talk to the proponents of the historic district, and let your viewpoints be known. The second blue box I just wanted to call your attention to because in September, and as of now on September 27th, City Council is going to be reviewing a proposal to just retain a consultant, authorizing us basically to enter into a contract with a consultant who will be doing a survey of the neighborhood. Again, a survey doesn't mean anything in terms of the district is designated. It just gives us the background information to understand the district, understand its history, understand what's on the ground, what properties kind of make a contribution to the character of the historic or of the neighborhood, what properties may not make a contribution to that character. So the reason I'm highlighting that is because we've put a mailing list on the table as you walk in here. If you would like us to notify you of this meeting, just as a reminder, and council meetings tend to bump around, so tentatively on September 27th, that could change, we'll let you know. The reason is we don't do a full mailing the way we sent you all notices for this meeting. We don't do a mailing for that meeting. It's usually kind of just in this case, it may even be a consent item, which means council doesn't have to have a presentation. They may just kind of vote on it. But if you're concerned about it in any way, you can attend the hearing. If you want to speak on that subject, they'll take it off the consent calendar, open it up as a hearing item. So for anyone listening who can't sign our little sign-in form, on the notice that you got for this meeting, you have my email address and you have Ani's email address and our phone numbers. So you could share your contact information and we'll just let you know. So that's that. As I mentioned, we have 9 historic districts designated. They range from a smaller neighborhood, like Royal Boulevard has 30 properties, Cottage Grove has 14 properties. We go all the way up right now to Ross Moyne, which has 504 properties. Tonight's consideration for the Verdugo Woodlands District is going to bump that up even further. It's about 750 properties, and I'll explain why I'm saying about instead of a specific number in a minute. So, and then we have the 2 other neighborhoods that are under consideration moving forward through the process, Bellhurst and Cleveland Knoll. So as I mentioned, some people think a historic district is going to make them never change their house. They'll never be able to touch it again. It's going to be a museum, and that's it, and we're done. And that's not how it works. It's not how we want it to work. It's not how it works in any historic district around the country. Glendale may even be a little more loose in some of the ways it looks at historic districts than some other cities. So we just want to make sure that everyone understands that you will still be able to change your property. What we're focused on is what we see from the street. So we don't care what happens on the back of your house. If the sides of your house aren't visible or just barely visible down a long driveway, we will not regulate changes in those areas as with a historic eye, using the historic district guidelines. And so visibility from the street is something that a lot of people don't understand. And we even allow you to make changes that are visible from the street. So you can put additions on your house. You can change the windows on your house. You have a process that you'll go through. But that is something a lot of people assume, oh, I can't do that. That's why I don't want this historic district. We don't look at interiors at all. So any changes you make inside your house are on your own. You have to get permits from the city when you need permits. But we don't regulate any of those changes because of the historic tiles or anything like that. And the goal overall, I think I've said, is we just want to make sure that the changes that you make are something that's in keeping with the feel of your house and the feel of the neighborhood. So that's kind of the baseline of what we're looking at. So these are some common misconceptions. Many of you have received a mailing from someone, we don't know who sent this or if it's in your neighborhood, and they're opposed to the district. And that's fine. We have many people who have opposed other districts as we've moved forward in the process with those areas. And I'll tell you what we're looking for in terms of how many people have to support a district in a little bit. I just wanted to bring your attention to this because they're saying that you're receiving information that's not true from the city, or some of it I'm not sure what they're actually saying. So I just wanted to hit a few of these things, F for false, T for true. These days, you know, everyone has their own truth, but I am very confident that when I put a T there, it is a truth that our attorneys will agree to, that everyone in the city will agree to, and hopefully we'll be able to answer questions that you have. So you, even if you're questioning it right now, hopefully you'll see that we're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. We want this to be as fair a process as possible. So the main things, SB 9 is, most of you probably know, it's a state law that was passed to allow the subdivision of properties in single-family residential neighborhoods. SB 9 is part of the reason that the proponents for this district have presented this as an application, because SB 9 doesn't apply to historic districts. Whoever wrote this is saying, well, that doesn't matter because SB 9 doesn't apply anyways. That's not true. Your neighborhood, SB 9 applies to the Woodlands, even in the hillside areas, as much as it does anywhere else in Glendale. So there are reasons in terms of the building code and fire codes that I won't get into unless you have specific questions later. But what they're saying about SB 9 here is completely not true. The things that they're saying that are true, we mention in this little brochure, Living with History, that there's possible Mills Act property tax reduction benefits for some properties in historic districts. Very few properties are going to qualify for that, and we don't pretend otherwise. So the fact that they're kind of saying that this is only for a select few properties, that's pretty much true. It's not a program that's going to apply to everyone who owns a property in a historic district. And then did I want to hit one other one? Yes, over on the right side where we talk, they talk about non-contributing properties that have to adhere to the historic district guidelines and apply for an HPC hearing. That's just not true. Sometimes it would be true, depending on what's being proposed, but as a rule, it's not true. And this is a good time to kind of, well, maybe this isn't a good time. I'm going to get to what I was just going to say in a minute. And then the two things I want to highlight that are completely true, down in the bottom right corner, they encourage people in the neighborhood to attend all public hearings. True, please, more the merrier, and ask questions about the facts. I will give you, to the best of my ability, answers to questions about facts. I know this stuff pretty well. If I don't know an answer, we're going to get it for people. But there's just some misinformation, let's call it, in this flyer that I want to make everyone aware of. So now, specific to the Verdugo Woodlands proposal for this historic district, I want to share kind of where we are. This is an old promotional map. These things are always fun to look at. We have some pretty pictures in this section. I'm not going to spend too much time on any of them. But here's the map that you've already seen and the address ranges. It's basically the full Woodlands neighborhood to the west of Cañada Boulevard, and then extending up to the properties that are on Hermosita along the foothills. And then as the streets kind of snake up into the little canyon areas, the boundaries continue up until the point where there were developmental changes where the old properties kind of stopped and new properties started being built. So the boundaries are clear. We'll talk about that more specifically in a little bit. And then Verdugo Park is also included in the proposed boundary. And then some of the commercial properties on Cañada are excluded, so it's really focusing on single-family residences, but there is one multifamily, I think a 3-unit property that I believe the proponents wanted to include in the district, so as of now, that's part of the district proposal. Pretty pictures, the Verdugo Woodlands was developed in the early 1910s, or actually earlier, the 1900s. A couple of different developers took a crack at it. The first one didn't go very far, but the second one started the creation of the Woodlands as you know it today. Lots of pretty pictures, as you see in this pretty picture. Another pretty picture. The streams that ran through the area, back in the old days, there were other streams besides the Niobrara stream. Most of those either were put underground or went away. The Niobrara stream kept running for years, but as you know, hopefully you know, if you live in the neighborhood, it's now dry, but there are remnants of the Niobrara stream. Niobrara Drive is its own historic district right now, just 32 properties. The proposal includes Niobrara Drive in the broader Verdugo Woodlands boundary. We haven't made any decision, and it's not a staff decision, it'll be HPC and ultimately City Council, whether it's better to keep Niobrara as its own freestanding historic district surrounded by the Verdugo Woodlands, or if it's better to kind of merge them together. And that's why when we're saying it's approximately 750 properties, that's where the kind of wiggle room is. The fun people having their beautiful outdoor picnic under the trees in 1908. A lot of real estate ads. The ugly racist history of so much of Glendale's residential development extended into the Woodlands, where there were racial covenants put on properties to basically exclude all people who were not white Anglo-Saxons. And sometimes that's never mentioned in these ads directly, but it's often mentioned with dog whistles or kind of subtle, relatively subtle text. If this moves forward and we hire a consultant to look into the deeper history, the application for this district is really good. There's a lot of great information in it. We always ask our consultants to go beyond that, to dig deeper, to find what they can. And so we will work with an applicant to learn more about that history as well as the good parts of the Woodlands history. Here's the late, great Oak of Peace. Postcards. This was such a picturesque area that, people really wanted to share it. And you can see the waterways seem to have been the thing that everyone was kind of focusing on. Here's one of the early homesteads by the first developer of the area, John Pirtle, before he developed his house here. And here's the Verdugo adobe, which is a cool early aerial view. And what's interesting from some of these aerial views that we're seeing is when you picture the woodlands today and you're like, trees, 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 trees everywhere, there were stands of trees, there were lots of trees here, but there was also lots of just flat open area that has changed through the development of the neighborhood with the city planting trees, people planting trees on their private property. So the character of that area has been changed by us as much as, just reflecting the natural state that they found there. Here's an image of the Verdugo Park. This was designed in 1945 by Ralph Cornell and Ruth Shellhorn, who were really significant major landscape architects of mid-20th century. When you look at this wonderful drawing, it doesn't look like it got developed quite to the extent that we see here. So this is the kind of thing that the consultant will look into this history, try to understand how does the park relate to the neighborhood? Is it worth including the park in the district, or is that developmental history a little kind of broken and maybe the park wouldn't be part of the district? But no final answers. If you want to opine, share your views on that tonight, that's great. But as I've said a few times, no final decisions tonight. And then aside from the trees, the other great thing in the neighborhood is you've got a really nice collection of architecture. You've got single-family homes that reflect the development standards from the early 20th century into the mid-20th century. And I'm going to quickly go through, and you probably will recognize a lot of these. This great early house on Wabasso Way. Not a ton of craftsmen, but a couple. Another four-square with Mediterranean influence. Colonial revivals, the rare Dutch variant of the colonial revival. We don't see a lot of that in Glendale, the one on the right. We have Tudor revivals, we have English revivals. English, Tudor, French revival, they're kind of similar styles. They all have different names, but they kind of mush together. So that's where the architectural historians who help prepare the reports separate these and kind of identify their features. We've got a Monterey revival, here's a French revival. Mediterranean, Spanish colonial. We have this kind of storybook that's a variant on an English revival house. And then as we move into the later 30s and into the 40s, styles shifted. What happened? Well, we had a depression and we had a world war. People weren't building as big, people weren't building as elaborately, so the styles kind of reflect that change. And that's why a lot of people say, oh, it's a minimal traditional house. It's not as important as a Spanish or a Tudor house. Well, in terms of the story of how this neighborhood or any of our historic district neighborhoods have developed, these are just as important. They really help reflect what was going on in the world and the country at that time. And that's one of the cool things when we get the reports, the historic surveys for districts, is we learn about how these things have contributed over time to the character. And then after the minimal traditional, we started moving into the ranch style. And the ranch style seems very appropriate in this kind of woodlands neighborhood where we had an old adobe. And then we even have some mid-century modern houses from the 50s and 60s and ranch houses up until the 60s. And then development changed. And we'll talk about the period of significance in a minute. But we don't say that everything contributes to this historic character, but we also don't want to say that, oh, it's really only the four squares and the craftsman houses from the earliest days. Because if we said that those were the only important things because they're older, they're quainter, they're cuter, we'd be ignoring the history of all of the other changes that came in the decades after that. And when we look at historic districts, we look at not just the houses, we look at the trees, we look at the streetlights, we look at sidewalks, we look at curbs, and our consultants always identify these features. And when we work with our public works department and they say, hey, we need to change the light fixtures, the streetlights, we're gonna say, wait, we're in a historic district, and we've done this in a bunch of neighborhoods, and I can't remember if the Woodlands is part of that, but they had to change the heads, the kind of top lights of the streetlights. So they actually had new heads fabricated that look like the shape. They look close to the old ones, but they still meet modern standards in terms of how they cast light onto the street. So we really take a lot of care in kind of trying to protect these things while letting these changes happen. There are 5 Glendale Register properties in the district already. There are probably more to come if property owners want to nominate their properties. Again, just like with the historic district, individual property owners have to nominate their properties for Glendale Register status. So I'll just quickly run through these. And you can see they reflect some of the styles that I've just talked about. Of course, the Austin House with this Swiss chalet look is pretty different than many of our other properties. And the Rodriguez House, my favorite architect, Rudolf Schindler, totally unique in the area and totally unique in his career, actually. Pretty cool stuff. So this is now getting into the section where we talk about the city has an ordinance where we have to kind of meet certain thresholds and certain criteria to say, yes, this neighborhood as proposed by the district, by the proponents, meets these things. And if it doesn't meet those things, the city is not going to designate the district. So ultimately, we're looking at period of significance, which I alluded to. The proponents have said 1909 to 1965. That's not a final decision. That's a proposal from the proponents, not necessarily architectural historians, not necessarily people who had every shred of information that was available, that could be available, which is why we hire consultants to kind of look at these things and verify. But we're supportive of that. Staff supports that date range because it's similar to many of our other historic districts. We'll talk about what is a contributing structure in a minute, but just in a nutshell, it means it feels right. It feels like it's from this period of significance. It hasn't been changed too much. Our ordinance requires that 60% of the properties be contributors. I've driven through the neighborhood a bunch of times over the years, but I did a deep dive recently thinking specifically about, eyeballing what kind of percentage. I think the Woodlands will more than meet this, and most of our districts have exceeded the 60% by quite a bit in some cases. And then we have 9 designation criteria. You only need to meet 1 of those, and we think at this point that 4 of them are clearly met, and there are a couple of others that with research we may get the consultant to kind of think yes, no, so we're not sure on a few of those. In terms of tonight, I kind of said this at the beginning, but it's worth repeating. When HPC meets after this forum, HPC is going to be focusing on the nomination and whether the information in the nomination is enough to suggest that these criteria and thresholds have been met. If they say, yes, we think there's enough here, it allows the designation process to move forward. If they say, no, we need more information, we're going to kick it back to the proponents. We're going to say, here's, HPC didn't think they understood this, or that. Go back and give us some more information, but we can't move forward until we come back to HPC with that. And they will also, tonight, if they're inclined to move this forward, they'll be voting for us to go to City Council to ask for the contract, basically ask for money and a contract to move forward with this resource, the Historic District Survey. Some other things happen if that happens tonight. If HPC moves this forward, you are now a proposed historic district. So we use these words very carefully. They're even defined in our code because legally we have to define the language we use. So right now you're a proposed district. Great. Doesn't mean anything. We don't change, nothing's happening differently now than yesterday or 10 years ago. If HPC says, yes, let's move forward, you become a pending historic district, which means we don't know if you're going to be a district at the end of this whole process, but for now, we want to treat you more carefully in terms of the historic character of the neighborhood. So in a pending historic district, HPC takes over as the design review authority from DRB. And this is a good time to remind everyone that Glendale's different than other cities in many different ways, as you know, many of them good. Maybe you have other thoughts. The idea of design review isn't super common around the country in terms of a citywide basis. In Glendale, every single thing you do on your property that requires a permit requires design review. Whether we like it or not, this is a decision made by City Council many, many years ago, before we even had historic districts. And in other cities that don't have that process, when someone says, I want to make this area a historic district, well, they're holding up a hoop and telling people, now you're going to have to jump through this hoop and take care of the historic character of your property, as if that's a new thing. You're going to go through design review when before you weren't going through design review. So in Glendale, you're doing design review no matter what. It's just if you're not historic, you are going through the design review board. If you are historic, you're going through the Historic Preservation Commission, but it's a very, very similar process. And getting back to that letter that went out into the neighborhood opposing the district, some of the things it said there are you will pay more for permits in a historic neighborhood, in a historic district. That is not true. We're very, very careful to keep everything as level as possible. While we're acknowledging in a historic district, you're not going to easily be able to put vinyl windows on the front of your house, but you are going to be able to change the windows on the front of your house. And that may cost more than putting in the vinyl windows, but we're not making anyone change their windows. So it's kind of when you make a choice that you have work that you want to do, we'll work with you and try to get you what you want, but there are certain things that can't be easily approved in a historic district. Windows are probably the #1 issue that impacts people and can get confusing. The other thing that happens after this becomes a pending district is the historic district guidelines apply. So we have a set of design guidelines called the citywide design guidelines that our staff uses when we do design review on other properties outside of our historic neighborhoods. Once this is pending, we start using the historic district guidelines only for the parts that we see from the street. So remember, no interiors, only what we see from the street. We will never tell you what color to paint your house, except for a couple of very tiny exceptions. So hopefully this, part of my job is to not make everything seem rosy. A historic district is different than not a historic district, but it's not nearly as scary or burdensome or costly than working outside of a historic district setting. So, and everything's case by case, so it's really hard to, you may have questions, we'll talk about those. And we'll do our best to kind of make this part of this clear. So what happens after a district is designated? And like I said, this is a process that will take a year and a half, 2 years. We don't know at this point. Could be even longer. It's taken 4 or 5 years for some districts, which is why we streamlined it. So we're hopeful that the streamlining process does speed things up. But in a historic district, these are really important things to remember. No one is going to tell you you have to do anything to your house. If your house is a beautiful Tudor revival, but someone in the 1970s put in aluminum slider windows, but the rest of the house looks really old school, we're not going to come to you and say, you got to change those windows because now you're in a historic district. What we're going to do is when you come to us and say, hey, those 70s sliders have failed, we need to change our windows, we're going to work with you to get windows that are appropriate to the Tudor revival style. And so we're not telling you or forcing you to do any work. Certain routine repairs and maintenance don't require permits or even review. And I say certain because I'm realizing that the letter that went out focused on routine repair and maintenance, and there are levels of scale that we're talking about. If your kid throws a baseball through the window and you have to replace the glass, you don't have to talk to us. If you're painting your house, except for those rare circumstances, such as you have a Tudor revival that still has the wood half timbering, those pieces of wood that kind of outline the stucco, we don't encourage or want people to paint that wood, but there are other things you can do to protect it and finish it so it keeps the Tudor revival look. So routine, if you have cracks in your stucco, we're going to let you fix the cracks in your stucco. You're not going to have to come in and get permission. But we encourage everyone in historic districts to use us as a resource. Before you start doing work, we can answer questions. Ani and I have training and background that helps us understand, here's the easy way to do something, here's the harder way to do something, we can point you toward people who are experts in their fields. So we try to be a resource as much as some people might see us as the people, telling you what to do, which I hope you don't see us that way. The fees are the same inside a district for both the planning fees and the building and safety fees I mentioned, and the underlying zoning stays the same as I mentioned. Getting a permit is the same process in a historic district. So people who are telling you that there's a huge difference or even a mild difference between being in a district and outside a district, that's not true. Some existing, some additional changes. Oh, there are a few things that in a regular house don't require a permit. So if you're outside of a historic district and you're changing your front door, but you're not changing the opening, so structurally it's the same. Building and safety, because there's no structural change, they don't require a permit. In a historic district, think of how many houses that you can picture in the neighborhood that have really nice front doors from the 1920s or 30s that fit the look and feel of the house really, really well. We don't want people taking those out and going to the Home Depot and just getting whatever kind of off-the-shelf door that you can fit in the same opening. So there are a few things like that, awnings, light fixtures that are visible from the street, a few other things that we want to work with you to try to keep the ones that we know are original, or if we know it's not original, help you find examples that might fit the house a little better than just going to the Home Depot and using lowest common denominator. We do not regulate your landscaping, except when you have oak trees or sycamore trees. Every so often, we'll identify a specific tree. For example, a lot of people have these great deodar cedars in their front yard. Beautiful trees, venerable, ancient-looking trees. They're not protected by the city of Glendale. If we learn from the community that this kind of tree is an important feature of properties, then we're going to put it into the study that's done, into the Historic District Survey. So it will mention that there's a deodar cedar on the front lawn, and by doing that, we're able to protect it. In the Bellhurst neighborhood that's kind of in process right now, the neighborhood was developed from Judge Ross's ranch, where he had a lot of orchards. He had orange trees and olive trees. We found an area with a number of houses that have really old-looking olive trees in the front yard. Our consultant believes that those olive trees date back, based on their age and how big they are, to the Judge Ross Ranch period. So we're identifying those as protected trees. But for the most part, we're not going to tell you whether you have to have a grassy lawn. We're not going to tell you anything about the other plants. And city requirements are that you use drought-tolerant landscaping now that we're in such a world that we're in. And some people think, well, that drought-tolerant doesn't look as good in front of an English Tudor as it might in front of a mid-century modern. Well, there are plants that do look good in front of a Tudor that are also drought-tolerant. So we can help you identify those or kind of look at your palette of plants that you've chosen and say, hey, that looks okay or not, but we can't tell you what to do. So if you want to have a cactus garden in front of your Tudor, your neighbors may freak out, but we are not going to say anything. We're not regulating that. So I've mentioned the idea of contributors and non-contributors too much without having defined them. So we do have different guidelines, I should say, for how we deal with contributors versus non-contributors. And that's one of the big points of a historic district survey, is to identify house by house by house, contributor, contributor, non-contributor, non-contributor, down the line. And the idea of a contributor is that it was built within that period of significance, so 1909 to 1965 in this case. And it hasn't been changed dramatically over the years, which doesn't mean it hasn't changed. You could even have a house, like I said, this Tudor house that looks really Tudory except for the windows. That's still going to be a contributor. A contributor is when you've lost the sense of time. You've lost the sense of the feel of when the house was built, and how it fits into the look of other similar architectural specimens in the neighborhood. So that's a contributor. You have to be built in the POS, period of significance, and retain features. If you're a non-contributor, there are two ways for that to happen. You were built before or after the period of significance, or you've been completely, not completely, but you've been altered to the point that it's hard to recognize that you were once a Spanish colonial house. You no longer contribute to the character of the neighborhood, but we also recognize that this isn't just about individual properties, it's the collective of all the houses in the neighborhood. And so the idea is we still have guidelines for how to develop, how to make changes to non-contributors, but they're very short. The number of pages is very short for non-contributors because it's basically like, keep it more or less like it was. If you have rectangular window openings, we don't care if you have the sliders or whatever kinds of windows are in there, but if someone came and said, I want to take out those windows and put a big, giant glass window here, that's the kind of thing we might say, well, that doesn't kind of fit the goals of keeping the non-contributors looking, you know, scanning. When you look at the block, they kind of still fit into the block, even though you know they've been changed over the years. So that is the definition. If you have questions about that, let me know. I'll try to help with that because it's not that complicated, but I think it is confusing for people, and it is weird to have your house identified as a non-contributor, which doesn't mean your house still doesn't look good. It just means it doesn't have that historic feel anymore.
They're still included in the...
Yeah, and we can't do that, but I will say she's asking if non-contributors are still included in the district. Yes, they are still included in the district. And since I answered your question, hopefully there aren't a lot more, but ma'am? Okay, and that will be a better question to ask later, but I'll answer it now. The question was, when we started this process, did we take into account that there are some people who may not be able to afford to make some of the changes or to use some of the materials that would be historically appropriate? And we always take that into consideration, but this is the very beginning of the process. And as I said, we don't force anyone to make changes. So we're not going to come to you and say, hey, your windows need to be changed. It's only when you come to us and say, I need to change my windows. And at that point, we'll talk about what your options are. And I will say that vinyl windows tend to be the cheapest possible windows you can buy. And we're not going to be able to approve those on the fronts of houses in the historic district if they're contributors. So there, and we can't, if you could wait and we'll it'll be better because people who are listening at home, we're also recording this meeting so people can look at this later. So if you could give me.
Because of this, because it's recorded, yesterday I checked one recording from the other day where a gentleman in a historic area wanted to change a very old window. They were a hazard for his kids. But
Yes.
the gentleman, even though that he tried to make adjustments and tried the most expensive windows, the aluminum clad windows, a gentleman from the preservation committee disagreed with that, and he has proposed to maintain the same wood frame, but change just the glass.
Yes, and please, what we can have, once we open up the microphone, but again, because I've already started this, I'll answer your question. The lady is saying that there was a hearing at City Council recently that was an appeal of a decision made by the Historic Preservation Commission. The Historic Preservation Commission told a property owner that they needed to keep the wood windows at the front of their house. That property owner wanted to put in a different kind of wood window that's clad on the face, on the front of it, with aluminum. And he didn't agree with the Historic Preservation Commission, so he appealed to City Council. And City Council approved the windows with the aluminum cladding. So I think what that shows is we acknowledge that people are not always going to be satisfied with an answer that I can give or Ani can give at staff level. When we can't satisfy that, we can go to the Historic Preservation Commission. If someone doesn't like that answer, they can go to City Council. And so we like to think that that's a fair process. It does take some time to go through those steps, but we want to make sure people have their opinions and voices and needs heard. And ultimately, this property owner got what he was hoping for, at least part of it. And that's important. So thank you for that question, because it's something that kind of illustrates that, you know, it's not like there's just one rule and we're applying it 100% of the time and there's no way around it. So there are ways to still get your desires heard, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it may not work out. So going back to the historic.
You know, I'm sorry.
It's really, I'm sorry, it's extremely important.
One sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have choice to be a distributor or non-distributor, or city already set up?
Okay. The question is, do property owners have a choice whether their property is a contributor or a non-contributor? And that's a decision made through our survey, where our consultants look at every property. They submit a survey. The survey is reviewed by staff. We check to see if we agree with that contributor versus non-contributor. It's reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission, and it's reviewed by City Council. So as a property owner, if you think that the survey made the wrong decision, that they say you're a non-contributor, but you think you're a contributor, we will hear you and see if there was any mistake made. Same thing the other direction. Ultimately, and I haven't gotten to this yet, but this is a good time for everyone to understand, the historic district process, and I'm going to actually back up a little. I probably should have just gone through this chart before, because we're going to see these slides all over again. Aren't they wonderful? Okay. Okay. So if we look at the chart, this is all the steps that we have in the designation process. Before any decision is made, are you a district or are you not a district? We go through these steps. We have to make sure that the survey is found to be adequate. They did a good job. It covers everything it needs to cover. The Historic Preservation Commission is going to look at that survey publicly. If you have problems with the decision about your property specifically or anything else, you'll be able to talk about that. And then the proponents, the people who filed the application and the people who support the idea of creating a historic district, they're going to take a petition around to every single property. They're going to try to get reach as many people, and you have several options at this point. When the petition comes around, you can sign it, which means, yes, we support the historic district. You cannot sign it, which doesn't mean you support it or you don't support it. It doesn't, yeah, I'm sorry, that didn't make sense. It means you're either in the middle, you don't know, you don't care, or you might oppose the historic district. So those are the two things with that petition. And if there's bigger opposition in the neighborhood, if there's organized opposition, which the flyer that you guys sent out, or I'm sorry, that you guys, the guys that you received, and maybe someone here sent it, we don't know where it came from. If people oppose the historic district, we have a process for you to have a separate petition and go from all door to door around your neighborhood, talking to your neighbors, explaining to them why you think we shouldn't have a Verdugo Woodlands Historic District. And if those people agree with you, they can sign this other petition. If we get an opposition petition, and the details are a little more than I want to cover right now, but if we get what we call an opposition petition, ultimately that means that all 5 members of City Council have to say yes to this historic district. And if there's a lot of opposition to a historic district, City Council is not likely to say, we're gonna designate this when we know that a lot of people in the neighborhood are not happy. So again, this is a democratic process where we want to hear from everyone. The city is officially neutral. We're like, if the opposition petition wins, no district. If the district gets all the signatures they want and we don't have an opposition petition, district. So that's how that works. And hopefully that explain that, and if I know I opened a floodgate, if you guys could please, I'm almost done with this presentation, so the microphone is almost ready to be turned on, and we're also going to be taking calls from people in the community. So, can I replace my windows? I've already mentioned there are ways you can replace your windows even in a historic district. Can I add on to my house? Yes, there are ways you can add on to your house. Can you build the biggest second story on top of a one-story house that you can possibly imagine? Not necessarily, but you can build a second story on your house, and the Preservation Commission recently approved a new second story on a one-story house that was kind of pushed back, met all of our guidelines. So our guidelines are written to allow pretty big changes. The commission also, the lady's question about the windows that went to the council, the Historic Preservation Commission approved an 1,100 square foot, two-story addition on the back of a house in a historic district. That's pretty big. A lot of people weren't happy about that decision, but ultimately, staff, we supported the owner's right to ask for that, and we thought it was done in a way that met the guidelines of the historic district, and so did the Preservation Commission. So this idea that you're frozen in time, these are some concrete examples of how maybe you're not so frozen in time. Can you build an ADU in a historic district? Yes. Can you convert your garage into an ADU? Yes. Can you put solar panels on your roof even if we see them from the street? Yes. So there's a lot of stuff that happens in historic districts that some people who are very pure about, keeping the neighborhood like it used to be, may not be happy about, but between the decisions that our city council has made over the years to create the guidelines to allow certain kinds of work to happen, to the state, which wants us to encourage people to put solar panels on their houses wherever they have to go. These are things that we're realistic about, we're flexible. And so now, the time that so many people have been waiting for, but I have to turn on the microphone, I think. Connie, is there a,
Yes, we have one caller.
no, is there on the little thing, a thing for the microphone? You have to push a button there. Oh, right, they were able to do it also.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's just verify that it's on. Through our system. Can I get an audience volunteer, please? We may just have to.
Love to be an audience volunteer. I've always wanted to be AV.
Superstar, you get the
Do you want me
first
just to talk about
question.
stuff? So I had a pretty good day today. I hope to have a pretty good day tomorrow. The longer I'm here, the less likely I am to have to make dinner tonight, so I'll stay quite a long time. You're still not getting it? Usually there's a button on there. Oh, look at that.
The mic seems to not be working. Can you hear it?
You can
Okay,
hear
we
it.
can't
You can
hear
hear
it.
it. What channel am I? This is channel 2.
Okay.
Are you on channel
Leave
2?
it. Don't touch anything. It's working. Don't touch. Usually,
I'm working.
Usually we hear it through the speakers in the room, but I think we can hear each other. So just try to speak up. And nothing?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you get dibs.
Yay, historic district. Let's go.
All right. Okay, Ani's diligently taking notes. So, and again, let me just say the difference between this part of the meeting and later, this part you don't have to say who you are, you don't have to give us your name. When you testify to the Preservation Commission, you're going to be sharing your name. You don't have to give us anything else. So that's the main difference. Sir.
I have a couple of technical questions. When you go to council, if you go to council for approval to hire a consultant, does it only take 3 votes to approve that?
Yes.
But if you get to the end of a historic district process, does it take 4 votes of the council to approve the
Yes.
historic district?
So if there's no opposition petition, 4 council members have to vote yes to the historic district because it's a zone change. So all zone changes Even though this is just an overlay zone instead of a full-blown zone change, all zone changes first need to be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and then at least a 4-person vote from City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to know how granular could the final language in the zoning rules get with regard to what trees? I saw some verbiage in the brochure that was like the trees are one of the central things that unite the neighborhood. But learning that it's limited to like certain types of trees, that leaves a lot of room for interpretation. One of the things that we've noticed since we moved into the neighborhood is a lot of like big, beautiful trees that might not fall under that very specific category or just getting mowed down left and right. Would there be room for like deciduous trees over a certain height rather than having to, designate, because I don't know the species of the trees. Like I would have to go and do
Yeah.
homework about that before I submitted commentary about
Yeah,
it.
we have to think in terms of what is regulatable. Staff in general are not arborists. We don't necessarily recognize, like I can recognize an oak and a sycamore, but not so much a lot of other things. Basically, what we hear from the community is going to be filtered into the final document. So if we heard, Deodar cedars are the ones that come to mind because they're so monumental and so obvious and so beautiful, and I've heard so many times over the years how important they are to community members. I doubt we would get to the point where we said all deciduous trees are protected, because we also, trees die, and someone wants to plant a pine tree, and, we're not going to say no to that. So, but as we hear more from the community, because I don't know all of the trees that you guys treasure in your neighborhood that you look at every day. So the more we hear from you through your testimony, through your written letters, when we go to our, the company that will be chosen and awarded a contract, we can tell them, like we did with Bellhurst, we said, look for olive and citrus trees. If we start hearing tonight or via mail or whenever after this meeting that there are certain things, or the homeowners association comes to us and says, we've heard from a lot of our members that X, Y, and Z are important, we'll tell the consultant to look for those.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hate public speaking, but I have to do this.
Okay, you're doing great
I
so
have-
far.
I have many questions. Okay. So my first question is for corner lots. My home specifically is a corner lot. So if I can't change the front of the home and my corner has a big lot and I want to expand, what happens?
We can allow additions. Additions, we don't, a lot of people think that to put an addition on a house in a historic district means it's invisible. That's not true. We know what we're gonna see. We have people put up those story poles, those flags that you see on construction sites. So it's all case by case, and you have this whole process. Some things we can approve at staff level, some things have to go to the Historic Preservation Commission. Like I said before, if you don't like what HPC says, you can go to council, so you have different ways.
So it's a
So
process.
I can't answer that with, a
Right.
simple question, because it depends on what you're building. But yeah, corner houses in general, whether it's in a historic neighborhood or not, kind of get impacted by some of the city's regulations differently because you see a lot more of it. But we would never say you can't put an addition on a corner house just because it's a corner house.
Meaning expanding it.
I assume that's an
Right.
addition, expanding it, whatever.
Okay, my other question, and still in regards to that, is what if one area becomes a historic district? Let's say I'm on the corner, right? So that corner, the little street, becomes a historic district, but not my street. So, and I'm in the middle of those two streets, what happens then?
You're either in a district or you're out of a district.
But I'm half on this street and half on that street.
Yeah, well, we would account for that. With the boundary of the district would include all of your property or none of your property.
So I'm not getting an answer.
I'm trying.
Right,
Who has to come to your house?
right.
Yeah, so.
No, my question is,
Mo- most-
it's a
most
general
dis-
question. So
ye-
for example, let me rephrase it. So part of my house is on Wabasso, let's say, and then
Right.
the other one is on another street. And Wabasso now became a district, historic
Right.
district. So my house is right there, fully, and then this part facing is on another street. And I
Right.
want to expand, remodel, or whatnot. So is it a definite no, or is it, where do I
No,
stand?
well, you will see a map. We already have a map of the proposed boundary. So you can see on that map if both of your streets are in the district. Pretty much almost everything on Wabasso until you get up into the hills is well in the center of the district.
That was just
So
an
I'm not sure
example.
if that's going to be an issue for you.
I have a feeling it
But it's
will.
possible, and you can call me, and we could talk about your specific property, and I could look at it on the map and just let you know. But the idea is, even if you're in the district, and you're on the corner, and we can see the back of your house, that doesn't mean you can't build, you can't expand, you can't put an addition. It will just follow the historic district guidelines rather than the citywide design guidelines. And sometimes we can approve additions at staff level. So sometimes, or that we have an administrative process where you don't have to go to the Historic Preservation Commission. And so it's just shaves a step off of the work you have to do or the time it takes to do it.
Okay.
So, but everything's case by case, so it depends how big the addition, is it a one-story addition, is it a two-story addition? Are you working with an architect who understands the historic character of your house and can make an addition that kind of blends into
Blends,
that? Or do you want to put a glass box on the back of your house, in which case we'd probably say, I get it, you like modernism, but you live in an old Spanish, but we're going to take you to the Preservation Commission to review that because we can't do it at staff level.
Okay, and is it up to 700 square feet for a bump out or expansion?
Right now, up to 700 feet is eligible for staff level, but it's not guaranteed, because if you wanted to do a 700-foot glass box, we'd say, oh, I'm sorry, we can't do that at staff level. But if you had a nicely designed house or addition that fit the style and look of your house, and it was 700 feet, we might be able to do it as an exemption, but just to be cautious and in the absence of any real information, that's the kind of thing we might do as an administrative review, which means that we send out a notice 500 feet around your property, which means your immediate neighbors see the design, they know that this is being proposed, they have a right to support your design and say, hey, we think this looks really nice and we don't see any reason that you should not approve it. Or they might say, oh my God, can you believe what I'm seeing here? We don't support this. And then staff can work with you and your architect to either possibly make changes if it's not supported in the neighborhood, or we might end up bringing to the Historic Preservation Commission. Or if the comments from your neighbors are like, just don't make sense, they don't want anything ever. And this is like, it's hard for me to say that because we take all comments seriously, but sometimes some comments are more germane, more appropriate to the actual situation, and some are just a little more, less focused, let's say.
So basically, if we're a historic district, and I have a huge lot, I'm limited to 700 square feet, and I have an expanding,
Not at all. No, you could propose 1,000.
meaning I have to keep going through these proposals and regulations, and I have to wait for the answer, I have to be directed to one section, to the next section, I have to get the okay, I have to get the
Well,
permits, it's like this
as a-
circle and loops and hoops.
No, I understand.
Right.
But the circles and loops and hoops apply all around Glendale because we have design review for
Not to
every
this
property in
extent.
Glendale.
Not to this extent with the design review.
It's a-
Historic
it's a
district is a
very-
lot
it's a
more
very similar- It's a
complicated.
very similar process. We recently changed the code so you can have larger additions that are not visible, that are at the back 50% of your house, that, so that's a difference with the historic district because we didn't update the ordinance to reflect that. And we're not sure we're going to because we might want to keep the 700-foot limit for historic neighborhoods. And then, as with the house that we were talking about before, they're proposing 1,100 square feet, 2 stories.
Back of the
That
house.
went to the Historic Preservation
Because
Commission.
it was the back of the house.
Just like similar additions go to the Design Review Board. And so it's different than other cities. You may be familiar with other places where historic district design review is a whole new thing, different from anything you've ever experienced in that city. In Glendale, it's very close to what we already have.
Okay, I'm still going to go, sorry.
Oh, of
if
course,
anybody
yeah.
has any other questions? You mentioned ADU. So I guess what I'm trying to convey is, I understand you're saying it's a historic district and there's a design review. Now, with design reviews, if I wanted to add an ADU, for an example, these are all examples, by the way, I'm not like making a mansion or anything. These are
2,000 square
just-
foot addition
I'm-
plus an
I'm just
ADU.
asking questions, I'm not, making
No,
a
no
mansion of my
helipad or
home.
anything, so.
I love the character homes and I'm all for it, but I don't like the regulations, to be honest.
Right,
Because we already have the design group that is regulating us, and I'm grateful
Well, no,
for that.
they go away. In a historic district, you'll
Right.
never go to DRB
I'm just saying,
again.
if we don't have the historic district, we do have a design committee, and they do regulate, and I'm thankful for that, because nobody wants a neon hot pink door. So we do have these regulations. I'm just don't want any more restrictions. Again, I'm not making a mansion. Me personally, I want to keep the integrity of the home, but I also want to be able, because I have growing children, I have elderly parents, I want to make my home bigger than what it is, for example. I want to expand within the character of the home, lovely, beautifully.
Right, and
I
right.
also want to have an ADU, but my home is on the corner. I don't have a big lot in the backyard. All I can do is use the corner that is as big as a backyard. My corner is as big as a backyard. That within my boundaries, I want to be able to expand because my backyard is tiny.
Right.
And I don't have space for the ADU. You said that we can't add an ADU.
No, you
In the
can.
back.
You can.
But I can't, it's not, I can't do it in the back. All I can do is most probably do it above my garage.
The state is changing the ADU rules all the time, making it easier and easier. And whether or not we're going to have a carve out for historic districts,
listening.
we don't right now. We approve ADUs. Many people in Glendale were freaked out when we started having two-story ADUs. The state is now making us accept two-story ADUs. I'm not sure what the district, because this is all kind of new.
Okay.
But the idea is we are not allowed to prevent you from having an ADU. We have to approve an ADU. So
Regardless if it's in the back or it's in the front.
we will find a way.
I need that answer.
We have to approve an ADU.
I got no space in the back, okay?
We have to approve an ADU. So
Okay,
we
my
will
other
work with
question-
you on any
Sure.
specific situation, yeah.
Resale value. To me personally, if I were to buy a home, even though I love Verdugo Woodlands, this is one of the reasons we bought a home from there, because of the picturesque, historical-looking, beautiful storybook streets. But resale value, I personally would not want to buy a home at a historic district area, because I want to pass this house down to my kids generation to generation, and you're just limited with your front area. This is all that we can see, and this is all, you don't have to change, you can do whatever you want in the back, but we're not all blessed with homes like that. Exhibit A. So, it's not a good resale value,
Well, that's.
in my opinion, and to many people that I've spoken to.
Yeah.
It's very hard to sell a home if your home is a historic home or a historic district. Nobody wants that. Most people don't want that. Most people don't want that. I
Yeah,
personally don't want
Let me
that.
just say that houses in historic districts go on the market all the time.
Right.
And they always sell. Studies have been done in cities around the country, including Los Angeles. We don't have a study in Glendale, so you have to understand, I'm not saying anything official about Glendale right now, but every study that's done economic analyses of historic district property values has found that when the market's going up, historic district properties have a premium. They go up at a higher rate than a regular comparable house outside of a district. When the market's going down, they don't go down quite as much. And I think, and this is anecdotal, I think the reason is this idea that a historic district kind of, it's not a guarantee, but it strongly lets people believe, or know even, that that neighborhood that they're choosing isn't going to change dramatically, which you can't have that guarantee in any non-protected, non-historic neighborhood anywhere in the country. So we would have heard if the realtors of Glendale were finding that the value of properties in districts was plummeting or really being affected by districts, our city council would have heard about that. I would have heard about that. And we haven't heard anything like that. And district properties sell often very quickly. So, so I understand your concern, and I've heard that from many people before. The evidence isn't really there. I think it's, you know.
Okay, I
there
just
could
want
be-
to bring it
There could be
up.
specific
Right.
stuff that's
My
different
last two
for.
questions.
Of course.
What if I'm in the process of remodeling my house? Meaning, I'm speaking to an architect as of today, and I get this proposal. What happens to my architectural drawings and my proposed expansion for my home? This is just an
It depends what
example.
happens tonight. If the Preservation Commission decides to move this forward, if we become a pending district, or, I'm sorry, the Woodlands becomes a pending district, and the Historic District guidelines apply, so we would work with your architect. You'd have to submit something. We don't know what you're thinking yet. But once you submit it, we would use the Historic District guidelines to help work with you and the architect to figure out a way to design something that kind of fits the character of the house. And then, once we understand how big it is, what the possible impacts are, that's when we start figuring out what can we do at staff level versus through this administrative process versus HPC.
This is coming into my second question. So
Mm-hmm.
how long until it's pending? Is it when it's pending that it goes through the historic district? Or if I submit my drawings today to the design committee, does it go to the design committee? Where do
No,
my
you-
architectural
we-
drawings go?
We have a property permit portal, an online submittal process. You can do that 24 hours. If you do it in the next half an hour, that would be submitted before HPC made any decision.
So the decision is based today?
The decision is going to be tonight on whether it becomes pending district or not. And this was a rule that was approved by City Council in some ordinance changes that we did for historic districts a couple of years ago. So this has been vetted, everyone knows that it's there. And it's not necessarily a burden. Like, you sound like you love your house, and you sound like you
I
like the
do,
way
and
the house looks.
I want to keep the character of
So
my
what-
home, but
what
I
I'm-
don't
what
want
I'm-
limitations.
What I'm thinking, well, there aren't a lot of limitations. There's differences in the level of review, and that's true outside of historic districts, just like inside districts. So if what you're telling me is you love your house, you love the way it looks, you want to put a tasteful, beautiful addition on the back of the house.
Side
we're-
of the side of
the
my
house,
house.
we're going to see it.
Everybody's going to see it, yeah.
We're going to see it.
Yep.
It will probably need to be reviewed by HPC, possibly this administrative process, just like it might have needed to be reviewed by the design review board. So, and if you're working with an architect who understands the style and what you want kind of fits the house like you're saying it does, you're probably not going to have a huge difference in your experience between going to HPC or going through DRB. And
But there's the limitations.
What I try to do here, I realize that I often sound like I'm just painting this rosy picture.
Yeah, my last question will come up.
No, but what I'm telling you now, which sounds like I'm painting a rosy picture, but it's also based on my experience for a long time now, working on properties in historic districts and working with the design review board and properties outside of historic districts. So, yeah, we have to
So-
try.
Sorry. So let me just try to understand this. Why are we here if it's going to be decided, if it's going to be pending or not? Like, why are we here today if it's already in process of being pending or not?
Because it's not a district yet. The reason it's a pending district is so that during this period where we don't know if it's going to be designated or not, we don't want people starting to make changes that strip away the features that make their houses a contributor or look like part of the neighborhood. So we want to have, and again, this is something that we didn't just make up. This is something that's done in cities around the country during what you could call this interim period. We don't call it that, but until it's officially designated, we will do this, we will use the historic district guidelines. If the district at the end of the day isn't designated, then we go back to DRB and HPC is not part of the picture. And that could lead to a situation where someone is held to a standard that's historic and a year and a half later finds out like, wow, I had to go through all that when we're not even a historic district. I hope that's not going to happen, and I hope people aren't going to suffer because of that. I don't think it's going to be a lot of properties that this is impacting. It hasn't been
Are you talking
in
about the
the past.
non-contributor and the contributor?
Well, either, yeah. Mainly contributors, probably. Non-contributors, we have a little more
Let me understand that one
flexibility.
as well. If it's a district and I'm non-contributor,
Right.
but I still have to follow the rules, right?
Different rules. There's a different section in the Historic District Design Guidelines. On that QR code and the materials we sent you in the mail, there's a link. You can open up a page
Okay.
that goes straight to the Historic District Guidelines. There's a section for non-contributors that's pretty short. There's not a lot to say about it. It's kind of like, don't make changes that are out of keeping, like put this giant window where there used to be 3 small windows or something. So the rules are different for non-contributors, and they're much less, we're not looking at history in the same way. We're not
Much
looking
less
at historic
strict.
appearance. Yeah, which is as they should be, because if we're designating areas because of their historic character, the whole point of a historic district is to protect that historic character. The reality is there's no such thing as a district that doesn't have some properties that have been changed over the years.
Right.
And we acknowledge that. We don't want to carve them out and say, well, you can do whatever you want here. We still want whatever happens on the non-contributors to kind of just blend and balance and be part of the neighborhood, rather than say, oh yeah, you can just go ahead and build whatever, you tear that house down and build whatever you
Well,
like.
there is the design committee, but people still cannot do what they want to do, thankfully.
No, the Preservation Commission would review because you're allowed to tear down a non-contributor without any deeper environmental review in most cases. But when you propose a new house, that's going to be reviewed by the Preservation Commission,
Okay, and lastly,
Hmm?
with everything, there's pros and cons.
right?
I'd like to hear your cons, and I'm going to take a seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you've brought up for a lot of people the cons of historic districts. There are different things that may happen. You will not be able to put vinyl windows. I keep coming back to that because that seems to be the number one issue for a lot of people. Cons are the perception of another hoop to jump through. We do our best in Glendale to just transfer the design review requirements of the Design Review Board and the citywide design guidelines to the Preservation Commission and the Historic District Design Guidelines. So that's why a lot of people in Los Angeles or other cities that aren't used to kind of some of the things that we do citywide are very nervous hearing like, oh my God, you're going to turn this neighborhood into a district. That's going to change everything. It doesn't change everything, but I don't want to pretend that there aren't going to be some things that you have trouble with. But when I'm telling you that the Preservation Commission, and this is just this year, has approved a second story to a house that was always a one-story house that's visible from 2 streets. It's a corner property like yours, visible from 2 streets. Now, the owner came and said they wanted something that was a little bigger and a little more massive feeling. But so we worked with the owner to kind of push it and shrink it a little bit. The Preservation Commission came up with some design recommendations that the owner actually liked better. He was happier with the solution that came after the HPC meeting than he was with what his architect had originally proposed. So we are having the experience of seeing these things that, a few years ago I would have said, wow, an 1,100 square foot 2-story addition on the back of a 2-story house that's visible from the streets to some degree. I don't know what HPC is going to do. And I recommended that it be approved because I think they followed the guidelines and they did everything they needed to do, and HPC agreed with that. So I think what you'll find, and we haven't had a lot of major additions in the districts so far, even though we've had districts
Right.
since 2008. But HPC is very rational and recognizes your rights as a property owner and doesn't want to deny you the ability to expand. Your family's growing, your house wants to grow. You want to stay in the same neighborhood because you love the neighborhood. So again, here I am being all rosy, but that's also
Right.
true what I'm saying. It's
I'm sure
actually
there's
true.
I'm sure there's more cons. It's just for me, there's a lot of limitations and time consuming and loops and hoops and
Yeah,
going through a lot of people.
Time consuming is not accurate.
Because you go through
The
many,
process,
many people to get your,
but you
what
often do
you-
that outside of a historic district also.
with the design committee, but it doesn't take as long. Like, I don't
Oh,
have to
no, no,
go
no,
through
no.
a door
HP
change with them, a
Going
permit
to
for
the,
everything.
going to the Historic Preservation Commission is generally faster than going to the Design Review Board. The Design Review Board, you are sometimes waiting 4, 5, 6 months between when you submit and you get to the hearing, because we just don't have the same caseload they have, and they meet twice a month. We can get cases to this house that we keep talking about with this big addition went to HPC incredibly quickly, and I believe set a land speed record for an appeal in the history of our planning division. So it went from application to approval with conditions by the Preservation Commission to an appeal of some of those conditions to a decision by the City Council. And I can't tell you how much time it was, but was it 5 months? Was it 6 months with all these different steps? We've never had anything like that.
Right. But when you have to change a door where it's not required, like you said before, to get a permit through the historic district, you have to get a permit for all these small little things.
No, you don't need
And
to get a permit for a door or for certain other things.
You just
but
said
you need to get
Home Depot
you
or,
need to
you
get
know.
permission. So if
Permission,
if you
right.
came to me, and I don't know what style your house is, but did you say Spanish?
Ranch.
I can't remember. Ranch? So if you came to me and said, I want to have this very modern-looking door on my ranch house. There are all these doors these days that have like horizontal bands of glass, or they have elaborate metal grill work on the front, and you said, that's what I want for my ranch house, I would say, well, here, and we work together. That's where we offer advice as staff to help you find solutions that you may, and people often do, ultimately actually like. So so we'll say, well, here's some doors that fit a ranch house. We're not going to say you necessarily have to match the exact door that you have, but we're going to say, let's find a door that's really close. And the funny thing is, these days, a lot of old doors are made of wood. A lot of people want metal doors these days. They think they're safer. Maybe they are. But the metal door manufacturers are making doors that kind of look like the old styles.
Right, but
And
it's
when you
more
put paint on it,
expensive.
when you put paint, I'm not telling you need a metal door. You can put a
No,
wood
but see,
door.
no, you keep saying that, but I want to be able to change my door and afford it, but because I can't afford it, I'm not changing it. Nobody's telling me to change it, but I'm now less inclined to change the door because I can't afford it, because it has to be according to what you guys want. Does that make sense?
but
I can't
no,
change it because I can't afford
I understand the
it.
fear and I understand the concern. The reality is when someone says, hey, my door's falling apart,
It doesn't have to fall apart. I just want a new door, but I can't afford it because you're not letting me because it's too expensive. So I'm stuck with this door.
well, this is very hypothetical.
Right. Everything should be hypothetical. We have to know our options, and I suggest everyone to do their research before
all I can
going
say,
through with
and
this.
I'm going to get all rosy again, we do our best to work with homeowners to find solutions that meet the guidelines but also meet your needs and your budget. We really do, we understand that, and we try, and there are many options for many different situations, and we have connections with people and also staff expertise to kind of help you. So you're right. If you want to go to the Home Depot and get one of those doors that has a little half-moon circle at the top,
It can be beautiful at Home Depot, but it has to be according to what you guys want. That's the problem.
we start from the position of why not. The property owner comes to us and says, I would like this door. And our initial take is, why not? Why wouldn't we allow you to put in this door? So we think it through, and then we really work to kind of, if you say, well, I want this because of this, and say you want this door with the horizontal wood or horizontal glass bands, we're going to say, well, that doesn't work on your ranch house because it's not part of the character of the house. But here's a way to get glass in your door, to get light in your entry hall, to get what you're looking for in a way that reflects the design of your house and maybe comes close to what you have at the house right now. We don't know. But again, with hypotheticals like this, I'm doing my best to help you.
No, I'm very
And I'd
appreciative.
like to talk to you more with specific stuff when you're actually thinking of the plans you want to do.
Yeah.
And I get your concerns and fears. We deal with
Yeah, I'm in
people
between right
who
now
are
with an
afraid of
architect, and I don't know if it's a
change and afraid
design.
of districts.
Sorry.
And I don't want to say fear, if that's not necessarily what you're experiencing or anyone's experiencing, but this idea like the government's going to be telling me what to do.
Basically,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, but basically, we have zoning rules, we have design guidelines, we have design review, we have all of those things that people
And
don't.
that's great. So let's just leave it at that. And why do we need to be a
Well,
historic
and-
district?
And if you don't support the district, that's
Yeah.
great, and we're going to hear your opinion,
Okay.
and you're going to either not
Thank you.
sign the petition, or perhaps you'll circulate an opposition petition, find other people who agree with you, and we'll see what happens at the end of this.
All right.
Like I said, we're sitting here, we're not like the judge, we're
Right,
going to
no,
see
no.
what happens.
This is why we have the hearing,
We don't know
right?
what's going to happen.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to make a really quick comment. I live in a Mills Act house, which anytime we want to make a change, it's the highest level of review by the city. And since 2018, I have reached out to you and your office on multiple occasions with questions, and I just wanted to say how grateful I am that I've gotten responses back in sometimes 24, 48 hours
Not
telling
from
me.
me, are you kidding?
It was from you,
I
yes.
joke, I joke.
And
We try, yeah.
made the process very easy. And many times I had questions, and you were able to tell me that I don't need a permit. And what I proposed and what I sent you pictures was absolutely fine. And it was a very easy process
Okay.
without restriction. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I just have a quick question. So I'm in the middle of working with the planning office for an ADU addition on our home. I know probably 1,000% I will fall into the historic home. We have a Spanish home. I know that. So if tonight this passes, how does that affect the process I'm already in the process of? Like I already have my architect, my structural engineer. We're already in the process of getting the plans. They are going to be submitted in the next 5 days. So how does that change the process, and will it be a longer process for me now? Because I'm working with two planners. I did the pre-planning thing. I've been working on this for like 2 months.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, how will this change what I've already done?
We try not to put people in double jeopardy. If you've been working with the planners and you have a design that they have said is appropriate and you
The
like.
design has not come out yet. I went to the pre and
so you're just talking to the planners about the process for the ADU?
Well, not only the process, they've like, the situation is, we have a L Spanish house. Okay, so we're going to extend one side so it becomes a U. It's going to
Okay.
look very authentic. It's going to look like what it was, right?
Right.
So the process, what they've already said is, Antoinette, we don't see any problem with this. This is going to be okay. So taking that word from those planners, two planners, I have hired an architect and a structural engineer.
Right.
And we're in the process of doing the plans.
I don't think anything's going to change. You're designing this as part of your house. It's kind of an extension to create the U
It's an
instead of the
ADU.
L,
Yeah.
but it's an ADU.
In the front.
The state requires us to do ADUs, and I assume you're putting a tile roof on it?
Yes.
And you're going to have stucco walls that match
Yes,
the house?
it's going to match the house.
It's probably not an issue. If you want to share with me or tell me who the planners are who you've been working with, we can talk about the specifics,
Okay.
next week, if you'd like.
So you're
But
pretty sure this is
I
gonna
don't picture, what's that?
You're pretty sure tonight it's passing.
I don't know.
No, it's okay.
I see, yes.
Yeah, because you're like, we could talk next week, but my question
Well,
is.
we could talk one way or the other
Right,
next
no,
week.
no, this, all I'm wondering is if it's going to extend because I'm moving my father-in-law out from Sarasota.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we just moved him into somewhere else. He's eventually going to move into our ADU.
Okay.
I don't want another 6 months from the 6 months we're
No,
already
we're
working
not
on,
going
is
to
what
add
I'm
time.
saying.
We've approved so many ADUs in districts. Some of them are visible from the street, some of them are garage conversions. And the state has limited us so much in what we can do
Right.
that I, without knowing the details, and
Right.
here goes Mr. Rosie, I don't think you're going to have any changes. I don't think it's going to add any time.
I don't want it extended. That's what
Yeah,
my
I
question
don't
was.
picture that happening. And and so many ADUs are for elderly parents coming in, and we recognize that people are on timelines. And with that, we do our best. There are certain realities in terms of how fast we can process anything. but we get it. And so all I can say but if you, regardless of what happens tonight, if you just want to talk about it.
Yeah, I'll get your information.
Yeah, let me
That's
know,
great.
yeah.
Okay, thank you
All right.
so much.
I just had 2 questions, but so you said if it goes pending tonight, who makes that decision?
The Historic Preservation Commission.
So having nothing to do with anyone that's here, like that
Oh,
decision?
no, they're going to
Do
hear.
we vote on it?
They're going to hear.
Oh, so,
And
and then we vote on it, or then they just decide?
they're going to vote whether to move this process forward. If
Okay.
they vote to move the process forward, the pending status
Okay.
starts.
And then my question goes back to her question. So we said the cons, but what are the pros? I mean, besides that my neighborhood stays the same, you know, that people have less choice, you know, unless you're a Mills Act house, you don't get any kind of tax break, correct?
Correct?
So our taxes, everything stays the same, property tax wise, they don't go up, they don't go
Your
down
property
because
taxes
of.
don't change, your insurance costs don't change.
So I guess what pros are there really besides?
I think the pros are largely aesthetic. The feel of the neighborhood is going to be maintained even while changes happen in the neighborhood. So the neighborhood's going to be organic.
Right.
Everything changes.
Except for landscape. You said landscaping, we have no say over, so people can still do terrible
You
landscaping?
can still do terrible landscaping, although we have rules about fake grass. We have rules about
Okay.
how much plant area you have versus how much not plant area you
Okay.
have. Those are rules that apply everywhere in the city, not just for historic neighborhoods.
Okay,
But you know, and you know, and maybe not enough pro people have spoken up because there are a lot of people in the room who support the district and probably do
Right.
that for a reason.
I mean, I do
And
support-
hopefully you'll hear from some of
yeah,
them.
no, I mean, I support the look of the neighborhood. I mean, I had a neighbor that something happened and everyone hated the house and
Mm-hmm.
it was a big thing, so I know, like, the process is, even if you go through the regular district, because we weren't historical a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it was still like and they built a house that no one's happy with. You know, that's my next door neighbor, but
Mm-hmm. Oops.
there's nothing, you know, so it's like, there's a lot of houses already that don't necessarily fall into, I mean, it's good to keep it historical. Obviously, my house is historical, but, you know, it's just hard to say you know, pros and cons, even in this meeting.
Yeah, well, I think the pros are maintaining neighborhood character.
Right.
Character is one of those words. What is character exactly? It's the feel. How do I define the feel? Well, you're going to define it differently
Right.
than I do. But it's this combination of the idea that there's a book called What Time Is This Place? When you go
Right,
certain
so that you
places,
still feel
you
it.
feel like, wow, this neighborhood feels like old Glendale did in the 1920s or the 1930s. Even though people have Tesla car chargers and solar panels and
Right.
whatever else going on, there's still this idea that you can sense where you are in time and sense where you are in the changing tastes that occur in any place in the world over time. Pros are this anecdotal idea that property values are better, maintain themselves better in up markets and down markets in historic neighborhoods. But I can't tell you that's
No,
going to
and the
happen in
Woodlands
Glendale.
has
and
its own, you know,
yeah,
we
Woodlands
get
is
the
its
benefit of that anyway.
right.
Yeah.
But if you picture the Woodlands not being the Woodlands, picture the Woodlands where 20% of the houses were contributors instead of 60% of the houses. Would your property values be the same if everyone had fences in front of their houses instead of the sense of openness that you have? Would your property values be the same? So those are questions, you know, I don't know what the answer is, but I have a guess. So hopefully that helps. Yes, sir.
I don't have a question. I just have a request.
Yes, sir.
Did you say Preservation Committee?
It's called the Historic Preservation Commission.
Yeah. Can you have them to preserve my time, my nerves, and taxpayers for all this? This is not necessary. Everyone who goes through building something, we go through hell already with builders, building permit or whatever the department is. This is not necessary. That's just my comment.
Okay. And
I don't
and
have
if you
questions.
stay, the Historic Preservation Commission is meeting right after this community meeting. So they're going to, the three, I should have said, and I'm sorry I didn't introduce, the three Historic Preservation Commissioners are in the room, Daniel Paul, Nicholas Doom, and Jeffrey Head. They've been hearing everything
Yeah.
that you've said.
Save our time and tax money.
No. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. I have to go to my patient, and I'm
Okay.
about to get a ticket.
Okay, don't. Okay, did you? You have to go, you have to go to the, okay.
Do I have to go there?
Yes, please. You're on TV.
I don't
Oh,
care,
could you,
really.
could you
Do you know
hold on?
my,
Could you, ma'am, 1 second, we have a caller or two? We have 6 callers, okay. Okay, thank you.
do you know my question?
Okay,
Very
after
simple.
this speaker, we're going to go to our phone callers, but we'll still be able to hear from you after the phone callers we talk to, so. ahead.
Actually, it's very simple. Do you know, again, I think, how do you pass this process? My question is, they say the pending, how people vote for this project? Is the councilman voting this keep going on? Or
ultimately-
the resident or the homeowner voting for this
Yeah,
decision?
there are two things. The homeowners will be able to either sign a petition, not sign a petition, or circulate and sign an opposition petition. So those are three things. That comes a little later in the process. All we're doing right now is moving the process forward. That's all that the Preservation Commission is doing. But to do that, we are possibly tonight creating a pending historic district. Is there a mic issue?
Yeah, just fixing
Oh, oh, thank you, yeah. Oops, can that be tightened? I think it's fallen a few times.
My voice loud enough, if I want
There.
to talk.
No, you're good. So the vote of the Preservation Commission tonight, if they vote to move this forward, meaning that the applicants have given us enough information to suggest that, yeah, there's possibly a historic district here, that decision will be made tonight. The commissioners have heard, and if everyone stays for the Preservation Commission hearing, you can make your voices heard again. You can kind of reinforce what you've already said or riff off of what some other people have said if you want to make your arguments differently or stronger. If the commission heard that you guys, people in this room or online, have read the nomination and think there's something wrong with the nomination, that's another way that you can express your discomfort or opposition to moving forward with the pending district. But over time, this has been a standard process. We have 9 historic districts since 2008. We have one that's in process right now. And this idea that we look at the design review of properties in neighborhoods that are in the process of becoming districts has been with us for a long time. We didn't put it in the code until a few years ago. But now it's in the code, it's been vetted by the Preservation Commission, it's been vetted by City Council. So this concept of the pending district is something that's definitely been reviewed and approved. And I understand it sounds weird, like, oh, we're having this meeting and then you're gonna hear that all of a sudden the Historic Preservation Commission is what we call the Design Review Authority for the Verdugo Woodlands rather than the Design Review Board. But as I've been trying to share with you, it's a lateral move. It's not a huge difference between DRB and HPC, except for some of the specific things we've been talking about in terms of what kind of materials, whether we're reviewing a front door change or not. So I hope that answers your question.
Actually, I don't
Probably
have
more
money
than
to
you
go
asked.
through those, whatever you are saying, changing. But the other thing is, are you saying you against, for example, I heard you say non-distribution and the distribution. Actually, I haven't looked at. I know you have this brochure I should have before I come here over to look at the website about the distribute or non-distribute. I'm sorry, I did not know. I had to prepare because I did not know, so I could not prepare. But but according to the way just at this time, I know sometimes decision or the way I talk maybe not quite right. But what I think is, you have no way to send you against, or you put into the distributor, then you don't want to. And you are non-distributor, of course, non-distributor, you have no way to against, or do you have to file the petition to say, no, I want to give up, or I don't want to get into it?
Yeah, the petition does come later in the process. There's a possibility, and I should have put the, the chart up in several different locations in here. If the Preservation Commission tonight thinks that there's significant opposition in the neighborhood, if you look at the red box that says Community Forum and
Yeah, yeah.
HPC, in the past, before we created the streamlined ordinance, we had 2 petitions. One petition went around, distributed around the neighborhood by the people who support the district, asking people to sign to see if they supported doing a historic survey of the neighborhood. And you see where it says optional petition? In the streamlined process, we left that box as an option for the Historic Preservation Commission tonight, or for City Council, when they hear this in September about the funding for the district, they can go back and say, well, streamlining was a wonderful idea, but we think that there's enough opposition to this concept that we want to make sure there's enough support in the neighborhood to warrant spending the money to hire a consultant to go and do this survey. So if people who are in this room or online, or well, hopefully we need to hear tonight for HPC, if you oppose this district and want that first petition to go forward, we will do that before any decision is made on whether this is a pending historic district or not. So I'm sorry I didn't mention that earlier. The other alternative is HPC could say, well, we are not sure. I don't know what HPC is going to do tonight, but council can also do the same thing when they consider the funding next month. So there are 2 kind of side roads that we can take, either tonight or next month, in terms of having this first petition. It means that the process for the district isn't going to go as quickly. Council wanted us to shorten the time. It's going to expand the time. But if that's what we're hearing from the community, HPC may decide tonight to require the petition. So, and if that changes what anyone wants to say, we don't need to talk about it right now, but I would encourage you to stay for HPC's hearing so that you could say, we don't want to be a pending district until we know that a lot of our neighbors want this to become studied, not to become a district at this point, just to become studied. And the requirement for that petition is that the owners of 25% of the properties in the district need to sign the petition. And when I say owners, if a couple of people own a property, or if a family trust owns a property, or an individual owns the property, everyone who's on the ownership paperwork needs to sign the petition for that property to count toward the 25%. At the end of the process, the third from the bottom where it says petition, that petition requires the owners of 50% of the properties to sign to move it forward. So if the Preservation Commission tonight says, okay, we're going to ask for the petition, we're going to stop the process in terms of pending, we're going to arrange for the proponents to have a petition, that the city has an official petition form, they're going to distribute it, they have 3 months to work through the neighborhood and see if they can build the support. If they get that support, then we'll move forward. If they don't get 25%, then the process just will die. But to be honest, no district so far has not gotten the 25% support. In fact, districts have been quite popular in their neighborhoods. So if we look at this chart where it's the 4th column from the right, this is back when we had the second petition, which is the 50% petition. We've had most districts have had well over 70% support for the historic district. So that, to me, is a sign that this program has been popular in neighborhoods. We work with people all the time who didn't sign the petition, who didn't support the historic district, but then want to do design changes on their properties. We work with those people all the time, and we're making things happen. We're giving people the opportunity to make changes. If we weren't doing that, everyone in the city knows that as soon as you don't get what you want, you go to city council, you tell them you've got a problem, and city council will talk about that problem. We're not having those conversations because, for the most part, people are finding solutions to their goals within the structure of the historic district process. So, but that's an important thing, and so I encourage you to stick around for the Preservation Commission meeting if that's something you want to express, or if you don't want to have that petition and you want the streamlining process to move forward, you should let HPC know about that. Now, they're not going to be counting, how many votes they get officially, but they're going to hear what kind of level of support we have in this room, and they're going to make a decision based on that because they're civil servants. They're appointed by city council to listen to the people and make decisions based on what they hear, what their best judgment is, what they think they got this position from city council. Well, why are they here? Because someone told them to listen to people to make decisions based on that, hopefully. So, anything else, ma'am?
Okay, I'm truly telling you, I have no knowledge of anything previous before this proposal. Okay, so are you saying 25% agreed upon to become the historical or something? Why I have no knowledge at all? It's just so shocking when you receive the paper. Why I did not even aware
We're at
district going on.
We're at the very beginning of a long process.
Yeah, that's
So you
why
can
I heard
see-
you say property has been done couple years, right?
No. We received this application quite some time ago.
How
It
long
was-
ago?
It was sponsored by your local homeowners
Yeah,
association.
how long ago? You see,
2020, I believe, but
okay,
we were in the
2020,
process.
that's 5 years ago.
What was it? 22. Okay, we need to hear everyone who's talking, please, at the microphone. We received the application when we were in the process of creating this streamlining, and we had kind of a backlog with another historic district. So we've known about the application for a while, but so has your local homeowners association. I don't know if you're a member, but it's been on their website. They've had meetings talking about it. So the knowledge that this is proposed and happening in the neighborhood has been out for a while. And if you didn't hear about that, I would encourage you to, look at the website of the homeowner. You don't have to join the homeowners association, but they have a website you can just look at that's had this information up for quite a while. But in terms of our city process, this is where we are, and this is no different than any of the other districts we've done before at the beginning, except for this idea of streamlining by squeezing these two meetings into one night. That's the only big change from the way we've done this since 2007, so.
Are you talking today was the first option of
No, today,
petition or the second one, the
red
blue
box,
light blue one, the square?
The red box,
Which one?
number 3, community forum and HPC hearing is tonight.
Well, actually, like I say, I have no idea what's
No,
this
we
all about.
understand,
It's
and
just,
that's why we sent you a notice about this meeting.
yeah,
that's
just
why- that's why you're
this
here.
meeting finally, receive it.
There are going to be many, many other meetings coming up over time if this moves forward. So you're going to get a notice for every single meeting except for the second blue box, the city council authorization. So everyone who wants to get a notice, because that date is possibly going to change, we have a sign-up sheet. You just have to give your email address. It has name and address. We don't even need that. Just put your email address, and we will send out an email blast once we know the date is finalized.
Do you realize homeowner association not covering all the residents?
I'm not, with the
How many
homeowners association is
percentage-
independent from the
How
city.
many percentage for the
I- the-
homeowner
the-
association
the-
covering?
I don't know. That group is independent. The city doesn't have any, we don't work with them directly. But as a local resident, they do have a website. They have information on their website about your neighborhood. I would encourage you to look at that
Well, I
because they'll
tried
probably
before
have.
many times, but I don't know how to get into it.
Okay.
Tell you the truth, but what I think is I believe there's a few of them do, against that. I don't think they're against that, but it's
Mm-hmm.
because they have no information previously. Then suddenly receive this later, and
I
that's why
understand your
people are
concern.
shocking.
No, I understand your concern. That's why so many people are here tonight, because they care about the neighborhood one way or another, or ways I don't even know about. And we are trying to give you the best information that we can. We're trying to explain the process to you as best that we can. I hope we're doing a decent job of that. And if you're disappointed that you didn't hear about this before, I can't say anything about that because this is just how our process works. This is how the approved
Yeah,
city
it kind
council
of
process
has been
works.
approved, that's why I'm saying.
Yeah, nothing has been approved. We're not approving anything
But
tonight.
That's just the process, early or later.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't take my word nothing. It's just, I kind of figure it out what's going on already. I just try to be more democratic, with everybody have right
No,
to
I
say.
understand,
You
and
know,
we're-
before the proposal go
We're
through or
listening
something.
to every word you say. Every word you guys say is being recorded. We have video of it. We're taking notes about it. We're going to be sharing those notes with city council when we go to the city council meeting. We're going to be and the 3 of our 4 historic preservation commissioners are in this room. They're hearing what you're saying also. So I like to think this is pretty democratic right now. Something has to start somewhere, and this is where this process starts.
Well,
So-
now as my understanding, the
I
city
know-
turned
I know
into
it's
the
not ideal for you,
communist
so-
now. Everything,
Okay.
while that is,
Thank-
after I live here more than
thank you very
40
much.
years, I would say.
Okay.
But the city getting worse, not getting better. That's why I'm saying, I'm not against it or, agreed upon, but just be democratic, taking all the sides of opinion before
Okay.
city goes through the process without let everybody, knowing.
Thank you.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
This is just like the Academy Awards with the music. So, thank you. Yeah, let's go to the phones. No, we're not doing, yeah, obviously. It's an informal community forum. We can't force you to talk for a certain length, so.
Hello, sir. You're on the air. Hello, caller. You're on the air.
If they don't, just put them on hold, and then we'll come back to them at the end.
Jay, do you mind just making sure?
Yeah, let me.
Looks good on the screen. I just want to make sure I'm not messing anything up.
I know. Ani's never done this before. And
Sorry, guys, first time.
It's okay. Oh, I see. Mr. Question Mark, so. Yeah, well, your mic was on?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me try one more
And
time.
Let's,
Hello, caller. You're on the air.
okay, so put
Caller?
him on hold.
Okay.
And then go to Ms. Mary.
Hello, Mary. You're on the air.
Okay, let's see. Hello, Mary. You're on the air with the Community Forum for the Verdugo Woodlands. Mary? Mary, are you there? Okay. Melanie, you're here with the Community Forum. Are you there? Melanie, are you there? And Melanie, help. Okay, callers who are watching this broadcast, it appears we're having some trouble answering the calls. So we're going to continue trying to do that, but bear with us. If you need to call back, please call back the same number, which is 818-937-8100, 8100. And I'm going to go, no one's going to be here at this point. Usually. Greg, are you there?
Maybe an error.
I don't even remember. Greg, are you there? Greg, not you, Greg. Let me see if Shanaz knows anything.
Okay.
Excellent opportunity to use the restroom, which is where the elevators are.
Okay, let's see. Caroline, you're on air.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, Caroline, if you can just hold on one moment. It seems like we have fixed the issue, so let me just put you on a brief hold and make sure I let everyone know that phones are working again. One moment, please. So we got the phones working. Okay.
So we've got Caroline.
Caroline, you're on the air. Are you with us?
Oh, hi, yes, can you hear me?
Hold on, Caroline. Everyone, please be quiet because we have to listen carefully to the callers. Okay, go ahead, Mary. Caroline, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Can everyone hear me or?
Yes.
Great. So the reason I'm calling is I am one of the homeowners in the area where the historical district hopefully is approved for. I just wanted to touch on a few things that I think are a little concerning that people are sort of spreading about, such as, that this is a waste of time. It actually isn't. SB 9 is a huge concern to a lot of the homeowners in Verdugo Woodlands. And that's one of the proponents, that's one of the reasons that we're really hoping that this goes through, because we love our neighborhood so much, especially the charming atmosphere of it. When people come to visit the Verdugo Woodlands, and there's a lot of Glendale residents who don't even live in the Verdugo Woodlands, and they just go there to walk because it is so charming and it is a very nostalgic feeling. And it's something that we really want to keep going. I understand there are some concerns about, process of length of time to get things approved, and I get it, but that isn't very different from the regular process outside of a historic district, because we've tried before to get a pool approved and things like that, and it is a process, and that's just being in Glendale, not specifically in a historic district, and I understand the reasonings for it, but like it's been mentioned, there are other steps that one can take in terms of appeals, and I don't understand why there's such a fear of a historic district, because there's also been studies showing that even in Sacramento, in a historic district, that homes actually sell up for a 17.32% more than other homes that are not in a historic district. And I don't understand the hesitancy when we already have to go through things as it is. And as it's been mentioned by another homeowner who was there, he lives in a house that is considered a contributor, and he has had many times to go to the to the design committee or to the historic preservation committee because of the house he's in, and he's never had any pushback. He's had people respond to him in a timely manner, and I haven't seen anything telling me otherwise that this is something that we should be afraid of. If anything, it's going to keep our neighborhood valued, which is why we moved into this neighborhood. That's why we were charmed by it. And this is one of the reasons that I'm calling. And I've been on hold for like 25 minutes, and I was watching during my daughter's Taekwondo class because I really didn't want to miss any of this. It is important, and I know that there are some strong voices that aren't happy with it, but I do want to show that there are voices of us that are very much for this proposal, that we do want it to become a historic district. I don't want to take too much time, but that's pretty much what I want to express.
Okay, thank you very much, Caroline.
Annette, you're on air. Hello, Annette. You're on air for the community forum.
Just so everyone knows, we've heard that we've had a lot of hang-ups, and that seems to be what's happening here. So we're going to go through the list one more time, and then we'll... And everyone who's listening at home or wherever, we're going to also have the opportunity to call in during the Historic Preservation Commission hearing. So if we didn't hear you right now, you still can call in once HPC starts, which we think will be, relatively soon. So thank you.
Hello, Mary, you're on air.
Yeah, this is Mary. Thank you for taking the call. I wanted to just thank you, moderator, for all your time and extreme patience this evening. I second what the last caller just said. Caroline was on target for everything that she said. I think there's a lot of fear-mongering that's going on. Some fear may be organic, and it's because of a lack of understanding. But I think once people really dial into what this benefit on the whole will be for the community as well as Verdugo Woodlands, it'll be a net positive for everybody. And I hope that people who are listening right now will call in when the commission takes the dais tonight so that we can move forward in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Annette, you're on air.
Hello? Hi. I'm sorry. I've been having trouble calling in. Well, this is Annette Arakelian. As you can probably hear the background noise, I'm in a plane. But I did want to make sure that I had a chance to call in and give my voice of support. I'm actually one of the petitioners of this historic district. And as Melanie put it really nicely for me, is that one of the reasons I am petitioning is because I think the Verdugo Woodlands is one of the most beautiful parts of Glendale in the world. It is just a peaceful community. It's low profile, and it has certain character. And what I'd like to do is preserve it, and be able to preserve it for myself and the community. So again, I'm calling in to lend my voice of support, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak and thank the Preservation Committee and you all for helping us put this on the right path and make it a reality for us. And again, invite anybody to come in. Melanie put it so nicely. At 6 p.m. every night, you could see all the people out walking, and you see that because of the pride we take in our community. It's clearly a walkable community, and then the homes just absolutely beautiful. The trees are divine, and we'd like to keep that. I would like to see that we keep that character for the community. So thank you for your support, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak up and voice my support for this project.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
Hello, caller, you're on air. Okay. Alrighty. Hello, Melanie, you're on air. Hello? Alrighty. Hello, Greg, you're on air. Okay.
Okay. As you may be aware, since I've said it numerous times and you've seen the stuff, we're going to be taking this meeting and ending it unless anyone has any further comments, of course. But let me just finish my spiel. So last call for calls for talking at this hearing. We're going to take about a 5-minute break between hearings, get some water, use the restroom. We're going to come back into this room. Our commissioners who are sitting in the room listening to are going to move up to the dais here, and they're going to make here a very brief staff presentation, nothing like what I just gave you earlier. And then they're going to talk amongst themselves, ask any questions that they have, and then you're going to have another opportunity to testify directly to the decision makers who are making a decision tonight about whether to move this process forward whether to ask for the optional first petition. And I don't know what else they might talk about because we haven't heard from everyone necessarily. So, ma'am, come on. Thank you.
Ma'am, me. Just a quick question about SB 9, because I heard you mentioned it as I was driving in, and then the caller just mentioned it. I thought for sure that we were not, like SB 9 does not apply to our zip code, because I went through a deep dive from my house, so I just want to get clarification, because I thought on the...
SB 9 applies to every property in the Verdugo Woodlands. Some people are under a mistaken understanding of the law as it relates to Glendale. In high fire areas, in some communities, SB 9 doesn't apply because they don't want to increase the density within these high fire zones. Glendale, the Building and Safety Department has amended our code and the fire code so that any new construction in these high fire zones requires all kinds of stuff, including full sprinklering of the property or of the residents, which the state law allows cities to require certain things to allow development in the hillside areas. There are two parts of the Woodlands. One is a high fire or very high fire interface zone, something like that. And there's another that's a ember intrusion zone. Basically, the far east part, the flatter part of the Woodlands is the EIZ, the ember zone. The hillier parts is the high fire zone, but because of our building and safety code and the very strict requirements we have for new development, SB 9 does apply to the Woodlands.
Okay, because I did a search like on the state website, and then they have links to all these other websites about if you're eligible. So I did my address, and I said no, I'm not going to, as you know. But it said my address wouldn't be eligible, and then on the map, like the map of non-eligibility goes all the way up to like La Cañada.
Yeah,
So it's confusing.
It is confusing. I
Yeah.
looked at the same map. I have spoken with several people here who know this stuff a lot better than I do. There's zero question that SB 9 can be applied on any property currently developed within the Woodlands, so.
Okay, thanks.
No?
Jay, we have one more caller.
Okay, let's finish here, and then this is your last call.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Ani, for doing this great program for everyone to have a chance to talk. This issue is not only unique to Glendale, but it's nationwide. Historic neighborhoods exist in every state. I've been to over 35 states. Everybody's actually fighting for these historic districts because they want to preserve the quality of life. They want to preserve the aesthetic look of the neighborhood. In Verdugo Woodlands, we, as the HOA, actually have reached out to the neighborhood through our newsletters and through our campaigns of flyers. And for people to throw away these things and to show up here and say, well, I didn't know about this, is absolutely false. So there has been outreach by the HOA to all the homes in the neighborhood about the fact that we're moving forward with this. So the announcements have been made. If you throw away your newsletter and you throw away the flyer and say, hey, I didn't know about this, I'm sorry. That is your issue. Now, in terms of this historic district thing, as Jay pointed out, you can do practically everything. It simply basically blocks somebody with deep pockets to come in, tear down that beautiful ranch, and put a box. And when I say a box, to my sister who lives on Wabasso, she drives by it every day, the 3-story that you see when you drive up Wabasso on the 1500 block. That is what we're trying to block. Because if somebody with deep pockets comes in and basically buys a property and just simply tears it down and builds a box, a modern box, that's not aesthetically nice. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. So it's not about what you can do with your house. You can do a lot with your house, but the historic district is meant to preserve what is there. You can build on it. You can actually match the aesthetic look of the neighborhood. And actually, with historic districts, you can take a design that already exists and add it to your house. And the Historic Preservation Committee is not going to say no, because if it already exists with another house that was built in the 40s and 50s, you can say, I want some of these elements to be added to my existing house that doesn't have it. So these are things that, will go through the process. But that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Joanna Pringle. I'm actually one of the applicants. And I do want to talk about the outreach because, this is a very, very democratic process. I'm so impressed. I mean, we have lived in the Woodlands for 30 years, and I've loved it and just want to preserve this wonderful walkable neighborhood. I walk it every day. I meet people who don't live in our area, who come in, drive in, and park by the church and walk in our area. Lovely people that, really nice to see every day. But the point is that it's worth preserving. And so I wanted to be one of the applicants and wanted to make sure that, other people were supportive of this. And I'm on the HOA board. And in fact, lay out the newsletter. And I can tell you that we had at least 2 mass mailings to every household that featured the historic district. And then every subsequent mailing that doesn't go, it goes to our members, and we've had multiple MailChimps. We're always encouraging people to tell their neighbors. And we also distributed, when we had a wonderful video about the process, and we hand distributed flyers to every single home. We all broke up, the work. So we did our very best to get the word out. We're all volunteers. We're not paid. I volunteered just because I want to preserve the neighborhood, and I love the, character of it. So it's really upsetting to see people, say that we didn't try. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I used to be on the HPC. I was on the HPC for 4 years, but I've since resigned because I'm going to be leaving Glendale. But I wanted to address the question about SB 9, because yes, the law does say that high or very high fire severity zones are exempt from SB 9, but there's an exception, and the exception is for sites that have adopted sufficient fire hazard mitigation measures. And that's what Jay was talking about. Now, sufficient fire hazard mitigation measures does not mean your house is not going to burn down. It just means it's things like sprinklers, and you can use certain kind of siding. But the claim that it doesn't apply in high fire severity zones is just not true, because most communities, in fact, have these kinds of mitigation measures in place, and Glendale is one of them. I also just wanted to clarify one thing that Joanna was saying, and that was that I've also served on the board of the Neighborhood Association, and each year one of our newsletters goes not just to members, but to every property within the boundaries, which overlaps. For the most part, I think there are a few blocks that are separate with the historic district. And we prominently discussed the historic district in that newsletter, as well as the hand delivery of all those things. So we really have, residents and supporters have made a very good faith effort to get the word out. Doesn't mean that everyone's seen it, because clearly that's not the case. But it's not a secret. It's not something that people have been hiding. So thank you.
Thank you.
Should I go to Eric?
Not yet. We have a mass movement, so. And everyone, don't forget, there will be a second opportunity to speak directly to the decision makers tonight with the Historic Preservation Commission meeting. But this is an open forum. I'm not going to tell anyone to not talk, so.
I keep hearing that mailers went out. I'm here to tell you guys, I live in this area. I didn't get this letter. I got it from a friend who lives in a different zip code. And I found out about it 2 days ago. My father-in-law, who lives 7 houses away, never got this. My neighbor across the street never got it. I haven't got any mailers. And to push us through tonight, I don't think it's really fair to appease the minority. They should have the burden to get majority of the residents in that area signatures and prove that most of the residents want this.
Okay, thank you.
I will make it short. I just concur with what she just said. So I did not give permission to anyone to decide on my behalf, and I have great respect to history. But in my opinion, history is more complex, just having a style, home style, that time and period that the house was built. So I would like to give the opportunity to decide for myself. Constitution and Amendment 5th and 14th is part of the history. So I would like to be respected. Thank
Okay,
you.
We hear that, thank you.
I was just curious with the people that haven't maybe received a flyer or information on this, that they potentially could live out of the area, which is the designation of the historical district. I know one of the speakers in that house, according to the map that was presented, isn't even in the shaded blue area.
Right.
So how do we know people that are speaking potentially against it are even living in that area?
The way we do our mailings is we mail to owners and to residents. So residents, we mail to every address within the boundary and within the 500-foot buffer around the boundary. We use the county assessor's ownership records, and when we see that someone lives in Encino or New York City, they get a piece of mail also, the same piece of mail everyone got. And I have our mailing list of over 3,000 pieces that went out. And so we do account for that. We go to owners even when they're absentee owners.
But
not
it's
living
either
in
the
house.
owner or and the resident.
Right.
And they have to be within that parameter that's designated on that map, correct?
Or 500 feet
Oh,
around
500,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Which
you.
means that, for example, there are a bunch of condo buildings that are within the 500-foot. So every apartment, condominium unit within those buildings receive the notice. Now, I'll tell you, we do receive return mail on all mailings that we ever send out. We get return mail. We do our best. We use the most recent assessor's information that we have. But we definitely, we believe that this did go out to most everyone that was on our list, except for the few returns that we got. So if that is the end of our discussion here, it's been a lively and useful discussion. We do have a few more callers on the phone. So Ani, bring them. And so everyone else, please, if you have other thoughts and comments, stick around and we'll talk to HPC after this.
Michael, you're on air.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hi, Michael. Please feel free to share your comments or questions.
Yeah, I've heard all the comments. I am for preserving history. But the problem is when I bought this house 10 years ago, and it's not historic. And after 10 years later, I'm ready to do something to the house. Now, I have a concern about it's going to cost me more, time-wise or financial-wise, to do something to the house. That is my concern.
Okay, we kind of talked a little bit about that. Time-wise, it shouldn't be a significant change from any review that we do of new projects for property owners in Glendale. Cost-wise, unless I knew specifics, I can't say, but let's just say you have a Spanish-style house and you're going to build an addition on that, and that addition is going to have stucco walls. There's no additional cost to doing a stucco wall in a historic district than there is to doing a stucco wall in another area. The windows and sometimes the roof material possibly will cost more to meet the guidelines that we have. And if that's something you can't do, we have a process where maybe staff can't approve something, but you may have to go through a higher level of review. But again, that review process is very similar whether you're in a district or not. So, but I understand it's harder for people who are new, who have lived in a neighborhood for a long time, and then suddenly there's a proposal for a district. That's a change for you. In the future, most people are going to be moving into a place that they already know is a district. They're going to make a decision about whether or not they want to live in that neighborhood, partly based on the fact that it may be a district. And so there will be a transition period where there are people like you who, you know, you've been planning to do something for a long time but never were able to do it or never wanted to do it, and now there may be other kind of things you have to consider. But as I've been trying to share with people, we really do try to work with you to make it as a smaller burden than you might think it is.
Thank you, Michael. And Jasmine, you're on the air.
Yes, I've been living in Glendale for 50 years now, and my dad owned property here, apartment buildings. We bought a home on Fern Lane before the park complex. 3 years after, they proposed to put the park up there. We were against it because we knew there's going to be traffic. And now that I go up and down, we sold the house on Fern Lane because of the traffic. Now there's bumps and big islands on this beautiful street that you have to go over. See, that wasn't a great idea. And now you're proposing to make all of Verdugo Woodland area a historic district. I live on Wabasso Way now. My house is not historic. And if I want to change the front of the house, change the color of the house, I pay property taxes. I own my home. And that should be a house-to-house thing that should be historically, it should be the house should be designated as historic, not the whole area. I don't think this is fair for people that don't have a historic house, that have to go through all this, you know, go through the city and this just to change a few little things in front of their house. It's not fair to people. How many homes in Glendale are historic? There isn't that many. If you go up and down Wabasso, the street that I live on, there was one historic house, a big house next to the church that was redone and changed. If they wanted to make this historic policy, it should have been done back then. There is not one historic house on the whole street of Wabasso Way. Now, it should be done per house. If that is a historic house, it should be done per the property, not the areas.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Jasmine.
We do look at, you know, and I don't know which property you own, but some houses are non-contributors, which might be what you're thinking is a non-historic house. Many changes are easier on a non-contributor than they might be on a contributing property. And to your comment about paint, you can paint your house purple in a historic district, whether it's a contributor or a non-contributor. You will face the court of public opinion. Your neighbors may be upset about this, but no one at the city is going to tell you you can't paint your house purple. So, yeah, you'll show us. Okay, but thanks for your call.
And
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, it is now 7:33. If everyone could come back, who wants to come back at 7:40, we will get our commissioners up on the dais. We'll move a few things around. And this is the opportunity to repeat some of the things you've said. I encourage you to be shorter in your comments, but now you understand kind of the direction of what you want to say. So if you can be pointed and let them know, yes, I support this. No, I don't support this. I don't want to have a first petition. I want to have a first petition. Those are the kinds of things that are going to be influencing their decision tonight. So that's for the people in the room and also for anyone who's still listening in. Whether you've commented already or not, you have a second chance to share your thoughts with us. So 7:40, we'll all be back here. Thank you. did lose the caller, so it was someone who had called before.
Microphone. Start over. Good evening, and welcome to the meeting of the Glendale Historical Preservation Commission. It is almost 8 p.m., and we just had a community forum, so we're beginning our meeting at this time. And I wish to announce that all our meetings are broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable, Channel 6, AT&T U-verse, and Channel 99. Meetings are also streamlined live in high definition on our city webpage, and on YouTube and Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, iOS and Android devices using a free app called Cablecast and choosing Glendale TV. You can also call in at area code 818-548-4013 for program schedules. For public comments during our meeting, please call in at 818-937-8100. Public comments will be addressed to specific items on our agenda. We ask that you all please turn off your cell phones and ask for a roll call, please, Jay.
All right, Commissioner, sorry.
Paul.
Well, before we do, oh yes, we'll do roll call, and then we do need to select a chair tonight because our vice chair is not here this evening. And I'm sorry, our chair and our vice chair are not available for this hearing, and we'll learn why soon for one of those people. Commissioner Paul?
Present.
Commissioner Doom?
Present.
Commissioner Head?
Present.
Commissioner Cragnati is absent.
Excused.
He's excused. And former Commissioner Yurka is former Commissioner Yurka now. She's resigned from the commission, and she may want to hear from us about her tenure with us. But before that, we do need to select a chair for tonight's meeting.
So,
okay.
a motion?
I make a motion to select Commissioner Doom as our chair for tonight's meeting.
And I second the motion.
Roll call,
Excellent.
please.
Commissioner Head?
Yes.
Commissioner Paul?
Yes.
Commissioner Doom?
Sure.
Very good. Sure.
All right. Our agenda was posted last week, and I hope you all saw it, both on the website and outside of City Hall. And do I approve of the minutes at this time, or, because I have 2
Yes,
minutes?
please open that. And
Okay, so I have approval of minutes for our 2 previous meetings.
Yes, approved. Second.
Do you approve? He seconds.
I approve.
Second.
Okay.
All right.
Minutes are approved.
Minutes are approved. And it's now communication for items not on the agenda. Anyone wish to speak or turn in the card for items not on our agenda? Seeing none, move right along to board and commissioner comments. And before I have a few things to say, do either one of you have any comments about our community events or anything related not to the agenda?
Not to the agenda. Well, I'm just sad to see Commissioner Yurka leave. I found out, I told a couple of people here the story. I know that you live in a very special house, and I saw something online that there was a Schindler for sale in Glendale, and I thought, wow, that looks a lot like Commissioner Yurka's house. I didn't know there were 2 of them. And I found out you're leaving, so today. So we're going to miss you. I really, in my year on this, I've really loved having you on this, being on this with you, and I've always appreciated all of your comments and perceptions. And I wish you and your husband good luck in Northern California.
I would like to say that I too will miss Commissioner Yurka greatly. Before she volunteered to serve on our commission, she was a devotee to Historical Society in Glendale and would often come and testify before our commission. And she's going to be missed greatly. I'll miss her for her detail. I grade essays. I teach history. I grade for a living. I read a lot. I don't read every single word of the fine print of every government document. She does. And so I could count on her for that. And with her loss means I'm going to have to fall back and read every fine letter word print because I know Craig Notty's not going to do that. So it'll fall on me to do. And so we will miss you greatly, Catherine, and wish you best of luck in your future.
Yeah, this is a unanimous sentiment that I will also miss you. And I have, you have a lot to do with me being here and being on the commission, and I greatly appreciate that. And more so, your involvement and contributions to the historic organization, the historic, not just the Glendale Historical Society and different committees, but you have really contributed to the historic fabric of the city, and I appreciate that personally and professionally.
Well, wait, staff wants to say something too. Thank you, Kathy. You've really kept me on my toes. It hasn't always been my favorite experience, but you've made me better, and I really appreciate the time you've given to the city, and you've done a ton of good work. And so that's where me as your staff liaison here is coming from. But of course.
Can I also say a couple of
sure.
Former Commissioner Yerka, I just want to say I haven't been at the city too long. It's just been a very short 2.5 months so far, but through my work in historic preservation and being active in both the Glendale community and the larger city of Los Angeles, I've heard you speak multiple times. I've seen you on the dais, both on this side of the room and on the other side of the room as an advocate for historic preservation, and I've always just appreciated learning from you and seeing you share your thoughts and your expertise and knowledge on preservation. So Southern California is going to truly miss you.
I'll keep it short because I know it's a long night, but thank you very much for those kind words. I really appreciate them, and I very much enjoyed my time on the commission. Sometimes it was frustrating, but it was always also fun. And among the many regrets I have about leaving Glendale is to do so just as Ani was hired by the city, because I can tell what a contribution you were going to make to this commission and to historic preservation in Glendale, working with Jay. So thank you so much.
Two more announcements I have are at the request of the Historical Society of Crescenta Valley to invite you to our meeting on Monday, August 19th at the Spiritual Center of Spiritual Living on the corner of Dunsmore and Santa Colada. And the lecture will be about the Dragon in the Valley, the history of the 210 freeway. Julie Yamashita is an archivist of the Lanterman House and the chair-elect of the Society of American Archivists, and she will be speaking at 7 o'clock. Again, Monday, August 19th. And then at the end of the month, on Saturday, August 31st, at 6:30 p.m., you can join us for a tour of the vineyard at Deukmejian Park, at the Wilderness Park at the top of Mark Ridge. And that is always a fun time to learn about the stone barn and see it at sunset. And if you have not been in there, up to the Deukmejian Park, it is a beautiful place of our city. We are proud to have it at home. Any more other announcements or comments? Jumping right into new business. Item 7A is the nomination of the proposed Verdugo Woodlands Historical District. And before I entertain speakers, we're going to hear a staff presentation. Oh, wait, where did staff go?
We're just making sure that we have no technical difficulties with our phones, but we will. He will be right back.
Okay. So what will happen after Jay makes his presentation, we'll have time up here for ourselves to ask questions of staff, and then we'll have the open hearing. And I have a number of cards. I think I have a record number of cards. Again, Mr. Craig Notty is so jealous he's not here. And as per our custom, each speaker will have 3 minutes. And you will come up to the podium, state your name, your full name, and then we'll start the clock on you. Okay? Sorry, the air conditioning went out.
Yeah. Does it just automatically shut off?
Yeah, it does.
That's nice.
Jay said they've had a problem with it for a while. Hopefully get it fixed for September. We are at your presentation for staff.
Okay, give us a minute. I'm sorry, we're having trouble with our call-in system. And so we just want to be fair. We've had 2 people waiting. Yeah, we know.
Got it. Thank you.
No one needs to hear that.
I do wish to all thank you for sticking around.
Thank you.
And coming to our community forum. This was the first time we had a community forum before our meeting. Normally there are separate events. And so it was interesting to sit in the back of the room, in our room, not at the Civic Center or the Brand Library, other places we had the community forums, and listen. And so we were all 3 present for the whole forum and heard many of your comments then that were informal comments. Today they are formal testimony, as Jay said, before our commission, and time limited. Should I do a song and dance, tell a few jokes, or?
No, I'm just going to announce to whoever is listening online, we are having trouble with our call-in system. We did just have 2 callers, and we're going to try to figure this out, but if you could bear with us, stay on the line. We may have to take your comments individually and relay them to the room here. I'm not sure how we're going to deal with this, actually. This has never happened before, to me at least. So anyways, we will move forward with the presentation. It's a very brief presentation because we've covered a lot of this already. It focuses on what the commissioners are looking at tonight with the Verdugo Woodlands. Thanks to former Commissioner Mike Morgan, who looks like he's not here any longer. We got this lovely image of early woodlands that I forgot we even had until I was putting this together, so I just wanted to share that. We have seen and heard about the proposed boundary for the district. We have the address ranges. We did send individual mailings out to all owners and residents within this boundary, as well as within a 500-foot radius of that boundary. We heard from some people that they didn't receive the mailing. Sometimes things happen with the mail. Sometimes people don't notice that something is an official document that may look like something else. So I can't explain that, but the city always does its best to do the outreach that's required under our ordinances, and that's what we did in the case of tonight's meeting. Here are the existing and proposed and pending districts that we saw before. And here again is the streamlined flow chart for the current district designation process. Since this came up as part of the discussion at the community forum, I want to re-emphasize what the commission's considerations and options are for tonight's hearing. We're now in the official HPC hearing where you are going to deliberate after we hear testimony from the public, after you ask any questions you have for staff or anyone else. You are going to ultimately be voting on whether or not to move this process forward. If you vote to move this forward, per the streamlining process, where we then go into the bidder selection and city council authorization of the bidders, we will not have the first petition that was removed as part of the streamlining process. The first petition requires that the owners of over 25% of the houses, and when I say owners plural, that means that in a property where there are 2 or more owners of the property, all of those owners need to sign a petition. These petitions are created by the city but circulated by the proponents of the district. That circulation happens in many different ways. It is often door to door. During COVID, when people weren't going door to door, the Bellhurst district flexed, and we worked with our city attorney's office in terms of getting digital signatures from people. So now we have multiple ways for people to sign these petitions. The goal is to reach out as extensively as possible to educate the people in the community as much as possible about what it means to be a district, what obligations you may have that you didn't know about, sometimes don't want. Some people want those obligations, as we've talked about. When I say obligations, I'm just talking about the design review process that all residents of Glendale go through, but it changes in a historic district that gets moved forward tonight so that it would become a pending historic district, which means that the historic district guidelines apply to staff level and commission level review of projects that are proposed. If you're not planning to do any work on your property, nothing happens, nothing changes until the time comes that you might want to do some work on your property. The other change in a pending district is that instead of the design review board being the ultimate design authority as it is in the rest of the city, the Historic Preservation Commission becomes the design review authority. That is the case throughout the pending period of the property, of the proposed district. If at the end of this process, City Council says, yes, we are going to designate this district, those remain the same. HPC is the design authority, the district guidelines apply. If City Council says, no, we are not going to have this, or the proponents can't gather enough signatures on the second petition, the third from the bottom here, then the proposal kind of dies, and we go back to just being a neighborhood in Glendale that is not a historic district, and the design review board becomes the design authority. The citywide design guidelines are applied for staff and DRB review. So in terms of your decision-making, depending on how much you hear from people tonight, we've already heard that we have kind of a polarity of there's some people who support, some people who don't support, and some people who seem to be questioning. I can't tell where they're falling in terms of support. You may decide to move forward and create the pending district. If that's the case, council, on the tentative date of September 27th, still has the opportunity to require the 25% petition. So it's not the last opportunity for people in the room or for people in the community, in the neighborhood, to express themselves. Council will also be able to hear that. So that's your kind of biggest decision tonight. You can only move this forward in the process if you think that the information in the application from the proponents has enough information to make you think that this area appears likely, and I'd say it should appear very likely. If I were a commissioner, I'd want to have a lot of information. And that information is supposed to make you think that this will meet the thresholds that we have, as well as at least one of the designation criteria that are built into the ordinance. And so I'll cover those in a minute. Just want to make this part really clear in terms of the process for tonight and what could happen after tonight. Here are the numbers that we've looked at. We have approximately 750 properties in the Verdugo Woodlands. Right now, we have 1,201 properties in our designated historic districts. You'll see that most of those are contributors. The average is 79% of properties contribute to those districts. If you look at this column, the number fluctuates, but it's always a solid majority, well over a majority of the properties are contributors. When we look at the criteria, there are 9 criteria in the ordinance for designating a district. You only need to meet 1. All of our districts have met at least 2, some have met 5, 4. The number changes depending on the specifics of the district, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. And then an important number is at the end of this process, there is always a neighborhood petition asking council to designate the district. Over the years, we've had between 57 at the low end and 86 at the high end of the number of properties where all owners sign the petition have supported designation of the district. We haven't had an opposition petition since Royal Boulevard, the first district that was proposed. But there is a process for opposition petitions. I would need to hear from members of the community that you're interested in that process, and I'll fully explain it. It's a different kind of petition because it's based on the frontage of the property rather than the ownership, the number of owners of the property. And that's a weird quirk of our city charter, and there's no way around it. What that means is properties that are on the corner have a stronger vote than a property that's in the middle of the block, and that's just the way it is. So, so we can talk more if you have questions about the opposition petition, and that's something that can be circulated by the people who oppose the district, and you try to build support. At the end of that process, I mentioned before, but I'll say it again because this is our formal meeting, the City Council will require a unanimous vote. All 5 council members will need to support the district if an opposition petition has been circulated. And what that means is the council is ultimately weighing the merits and benefits and support level for the district versus the level of opposition to the district, and they're making a calculation based on whatever it is that city council members make calculations on. And so that's basically a way of sharing that there are many ways to express support or opposition to these districts. This is ultimately a democratic process where everyone's voice can be heard in different ways. And ultimately, City Council, who you all have elected, or not, but they are City Council regardless, they will be making the decision. So that's mainly what I wanted to share with this slide. Staff kind of analyzes the application based on the various thresholds and concepts that are presented. A couple of them are not formally in the code, but we also want to look at when a proponent group says, hey, we think we see a district here. What do you guys think? We look at the boundary. Looking at this boundary, it would be the largest historic district that we have. But as I've driven through it, it does hang together. Now, it's a little bit different than our existing designated districts in that this map is north is pointing to the right, but I wanted it to align with the historic advertising map because I think it's interesting. But this is Cañada down here at the bottom of this image, and you see Cañada here on this map. The neighborhood is it doesn't have a split personality exactly, but it has 2 different feels. It has a flatter area where the streets are straight, and then it has the hillside areas, often winding up in some of the smaller canyons where the streets start curving to follow the form of the land. The houses are of similar vintage, similar styles, but there's something that changes when you're building a house on a sloping lot than when you're building a house on a flat lot. So there's a somewhat different feel in the hillside areas versus the flat areas, but this is intentional from the beginning because you can see as the neighborhood was laid out by F.W. Newport, even in this early advertising map, you see on the section here, this straight line streets, and this isn't an accurate map in any way, but you see these curving streets that are following the contours of the hillside area. So that's been an aspect of the district from the beginning, and that's why staff supports this boundary. The question mark that I have is whether Verdugo Park is historically tied to the neighborhood enough to warrant including it. It's an appendage to the district. Nibley Park is right in the middle of Ross Moyne, so there was no getting around that Nibley Park was going to be part of the Ross Moyne Historic District. Nibley Park is also very tied to the development of Ross Moyne. The application provides a little bit of information about Verdugo Park's connection, but I don't think it's enough. So at this point, I would just say, let's wait and see what the consultant says. They're going to do some deeper research on this, and if they support the park being in there, the city may still, at the end of the day, say we'd rather not have our city park be in the district. There's not really a downside to it. There's not a lot of historic stuff in the park right now that we would be concerned about, except for the idea of open space and trees and meandering paths and that sort of thing. So that's for me an open question mark, but staff is supporting the boundary. The application proposes using the Selvas de Verdugo name rather than Verdugo Woodlands. which is kind of a historic name that was used for the area. It was the tract that was developed. Verdugo Woodlands is the most commonly used name in the community. So for the mailings, I kind of made a staff level executive decision to go with Verdugo Woodlands Historic District because I think that's what most people understand as the name of the neighborhood. If the commission, and this is a decision you don't have to make tonight, we're going to be looking at this for a while. Ultimately, we'll just make a decision. Someone at the city level, between the commission and the council, will decide what's the best name for the neighborhood, and we'll ask the consultant to kind of study that and weigh in on that to make a recommendation. We spoke earlier about the period of significance, 1909 to 1965. 1909 was when the area was platted, the roadways were kind of laid out, the streets were laid out. 1965 is a slightly more arbitrary date, but the proponents think that there's a point where there's a shift in the appearance and feel of buildings built after 1965 rather than those before. This is something I always am interested to see what the consultants think, because there's a tapering off often. These neighborhoods get developed, but not every lot gets built on over the years. We have lots that stayed open during the Depression. We have lots that just for whatever reason never sold. No one built them. And then they start getting infilled with ranch, modern houses, typically in later years. And most of our similar foothill Verdugo Mountain neighborhoods have a period of significance that ends in either the late 50s or into the early to mid 60s. So we have plenty of precedent for accepting a date like this. Ultimately, is it 1963 or 1967? That's where I think the report from the consultant will help us kind of fine tune that. So, but for now, we support moving forward with this as a possible POS. I mentioned before, figuring out how many contributors are in a district is kind of hard to just kind of drive through and say, okay, I think like there are 82% contributors. You need to do the parcel by parcel, house by house survey. But I feel very comfortable that this district, like our other designated historic districts, will have over 60% contributors. Whether it's 88% or 73%, I don't know. I think it will be over 60, and I think that's enough. And hopefully, commissioners have spent some time in the neighborhood, so you should have a sense of whether that's appropriate. And then finally, we have 9 designation criteria for districts. We think this wasn't addressed in the nomination itself, and it's not necessarily a requirement for the people who submit nominations to give us this part. Reviewing this, we think that at least 4 of these criteria have been met. I'm not going to read through all of them, but I'll hit the ones where we think it meets the first criterion, criterion A, as do many of our districts, because these neighborhoods tell us a lot about the development, the cultural and social history, the economic history, the aesthetic history. It captures a lot of different aspects, which is interesting because it's not just about, oh, these are pretty houses. It's like, these are pretty houses that tell a story, and storytelling is one of the key aspects of why districts are created and what they mean to us. Like I was saying before, you get a feeling when you're in a district that is often, not always, but often different than you get when you cross the street and go to another part of the neighborhood, or you go to other neighborhoods in that city. So I think there's, for me, no question that we meet this one. I use the word appears because it's just paying deference to the commission and the ultimate decision makers. But criterion B is in association with people or events that have been significant in this case, local history. I don't think we have state or national history involved here. But between John Purtle, the original person who laid out the neighborhood with different parcels, but began the development of the Woodlands, and then probably more importantly, F.W. Newport. I always want to say F.P. Newport for some reason. F.W. Newport, who really was the one who created and visualized this idea of merging this residential development into this wooded, natural kind of hillside area. And that's a major player in the development of Glendale when developing a neighborhood of this scale, and that's become important. Criterion C is looking at the district. Does the district have characteristics of any style, type, or method of construction? That would have to be something broader than having a lot of really nice architectural specimens. This criterion probably would apply more if you picture a tract of craftsman houses all there still, or mid-century modern tract or something like that, where we could talk about the neighborhood embodying a style, for example, or a type. Oops. But we don't think it meets that one. Criterion D represents the work of notable builder, designers, or architects. Again, that would be more on a neighborhood-wide basis rather than, there were some notable architects. S. Charles Lee, who designed the marquee of the Alex Theater, also designed this wonderful little Spanish-style house in this neighborhood that's on the Glendale Register. Who knew that he could go from this Art Deco, Art Moderne kind of wonderfulness to this really cool kind of little Spanish house. But that story alone doesn't tell us enough to meet this criterion. Criterion E is a difficult one in terms of whether this is a unique location or view, even though there are things about the area, especially along Neodora Drive, that are very unique. When we look at the neighborhood in general, there are a lot of trees, but we have other neighborhoods with lots of beautiful trees. We have other neighborhoods that have flatter portions and hillside portions. Some of those are even designated, so it didn't seem like it met this. Criterion F, again, is looking at specific architectural design, details, features. This would be something that would be interesting if we had like a neighborhood of stone houses or something, where we had a grouping of houses that met this, but there's too much diversity in the woodlands for that. We do think it meets criterion G, as do many of our other districts. The story of suburban development is generally the story of transportation and water. There was water through the woodlands, used to be at least. But more importantly, there's transportation issues. The neighborhood really didn't get moving until the development of a streetcar line that came close enough for people to live in the neighborhood, get over to the streetcar, get downtown Glendale, get downtown LA to work, and then come back home. And then our hillside neighborhoods generally weren't developing significantly until people were driving more cars. And so that happened in the 20s, early to mid-20s. And that's when a lot of the houses in the hillside areas started getting developed. So we're looking at geographical patterns, transportation patterns. Is Verdugo Park a distinctive example of park planning? The Ralph Cornell Ruth Shellhorn plan looks interesting, and my guess is it was never really implemented, or it's all disappeared. So that's a question that we can leave to the consultant. But it does appear that the neighborhood easily meets this criterion. Criterion H is this idea of cohesive architectural connections between buildings. So even when buildings, you have a Tudor next to a colonial revival next to a Spanish, but the setting, the setbacks from the street, the plantings, the material palettes, the essence of the time they were built all comes through. So like many of our districts, we think this meets criterion H. And criterion I, it doesn't meet because some districts can be listed in the California or the National Register. This one hasn't been, which doesn't mean it couldn't be in the future, but it isn't now. So that is all I have for this presentation, unless you have any questions.
Do either of you have any questions for our staff regarding the report?
Yes, I just thank you, Jay, for that overview. A couple of questions. I was reading through the applicants. I was reading through the application, and the sort of effort to keep trees that pre-existed, in terms of these older trees, older landscape elements. Would that effort, seems, distinctive compared to a lot of other districts. Would that fall more under criterion A or criterion H?
Well, criterion A talks about natural history, so yes. And criterion H talks about cohesiveness. I think the tree coverage helps the neighborhood achieve some of the cohesiveness that in my earlier visits, I sometimes didn't even necessarily think that there was a district here, even though it's a beautiful neighborhood and really lovely. But I've kind of rethought that over time. So yeah, I think it could fall into either of those. The thing to remember is that most of the trees, even though the developer did try to incorporate native trees and build around them to the degree possible, and I don't know how much specific information we have about that, or there's just, you can see it in some places and it's obvious. But we need to remember that most of the trees we see today were planted as residential plantings or street tree plantings by the city, and they've just been around for 100 years and they look amazing. So it's a mixture of natural and then the classic LA creating a garden in the desert kind of thing.
Commissioner Head?
No.
No? Jay, if you come back to that first slide where you had where we are right now today, holding our meeting.
Yeah.
And you explained that. So what we recommend today will go to council, and council will then look at, if we did approve it, would go hire a consultant. The consultant would then submit a report, and then there'll be another petition after that report to obtain 50% of the homeowners to support the historical district.
Right, when you say another petition, in the
Because
streamlined process, there's only one petition, which is the 50%.
But you said the second petition, but it's only one petition.
On this
diagram.
On this diagram, yes.
Yeah, and then we have the option of a petition, either tonight or council also could call for another petition when they look
So
at
you
it in
call petition
September.
now, but regardless, there will be a petition later on in the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and I just want to confirm that. So if this did move forward tonight, anybody who's opposed to this still has there's still a petition for them to support or not support.
Or an opposition petition.
Or an opposition
or- yeah.
petition.
Yeah, there's, I mentioned before, there are a few ways to indicate that you do not support the district. One is by not
Even though
supporting.
the opposition, say it fast 3 times, the opposition petition is not on that diagram, there is that option of the opposition petition.
Yeah.
And then but there's still another, if we move this forward tonight, all we're getting rid of is the petition that's not even listed here. But there's still a petition.
Well, it's listed here.
Yes.
Still a petition here, and then if we did move this forward instead of this potential district, and I say potential because we're not even close to anything final, any design review, design issues, potential changes go through historic versus design review. In the meantime.
Right, through the
In the
historic
meantime,
district guidelines
Well,
versus.
this is being taken under consideration, not, depending on what happens, but while this would be being taken under consideration for the rest of that chart, right?
Correct. Just so everyone listening and who's here understands, when we, at the direction of council, came up with this concept of streamlining this process, the reason we took out the 25% petition was because all of the 9 districts plus the pending Bellhurst district easily got the 25%. We've had some districts struggle to get the 50% or require more time. So built into the ordinance is the 25% petition, which is not saying we want a district. It's just saying, let's study this. Let's get the consultant to look at this and see what we learn. The proponents are given 3 months to gather those 25% signatures. And if they can't, they come and tell us, hey, we need a little more time. We can give them a 3-month extension. For the big petition, the 50% petition, at the end of the process, that's a given. That's necessarily a requirement for this process. we give them 6 months to gather those signatures, and they can ask for a 6-month extension. And I'm not going to remember this right now. I think 2 districts so far have asked for the extension, but every district so far has met the threshold within either the 6 months or sometimes after that. So.
Has there ever been a potential district for the city of Glendale that's been rejected, and if so, why?
No, every district that's been proposed so far has been ultimately approved by city council.
Okay.
Jay, there's also a third option, right, with people who are residents who are opposed to express their concerns to city council, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and you mean at the city, there are 2 ways they express their opposition. Throughout this process, at every meeting, people can tell us they don't want this, they don't like it, they oppose it. At city council, I think you mean the upcoming city council hearing, which is where they talk about the authorization of a contract and funding for the survey. That's one point where city council could hear from the opponents and say, let's ask for that 25% petition. And then, of course, at the end of the day, council is going to be reviewing the proponent's petition, which, if there's enough opposition in the community, they may not even get the 50%, and then we're done. Or if the opposition petition is successfully circulated, basically the opponents need to gather signatures from the owners of 20% of the frontage areas. So we count the entire frontage, and thank God for GIS. We figure out what the frontage area of the entire district is, and then we look at the people who signed the opposition petition. We calculate the frontage of their property, which is why a corner lot has more say than a mid-block lot. And we just do straight math and see if we have that percentage. And then council knows, if we have that there's a good number of people in the neighborhood who oppose the district, and council may decide to not designate it, but council could also decide to designate it. But to do that, they need all 5 council members to vote. So.
One last question, Jay. You mentioned something when you were introducing, I think the part about the criteria, and it was just something in your terms, but you mentioned this district that it hangs together, and I just want to know if you could sort of expand on your thought on that.
You mean like it's totally copacetic, man?
Rad.
It's a combination of things. In terms of period revival houses are interesting because we have 7, 8, 9 different styles that were popular during that era, and we also have different house sizes. We have 2-story houses and we have 1-story houses. But when you're in a neighborhood that has a preponderance, a lot of period revival houses, they work together. Their massing, their articulation, the movement of the boxes and the planes of the facades kind of hang together. So that's, shorthand. But they work together and allow these different massings, different heights to kind of work. And then when we start adding the minimal traditional and the ranch houses and the modern houses, the first 2 are always 1-story, almost always 1-story. Modern can go 1-story or 2-story. But again, we're still kind of keeping a certain consistency. That, combined with the tree coverage, pulls things together in a way that I think creates a distinct feel, a distinct environment that may not be seen in every neighborhood. And then also, especially in the flat areas, the setbacks from the street are typically consistent, and the idea of open yards and then the house rising after a certain distance from the street is important. Once we get into the hillside areas, and that's where there is kind of a disconnect from the flat to the hillside, depending on the steepness of the lot and the placement of the house. Some houses are up high off the street, some houses are down close to the street, sometimes really close to the street. So there's more variety there. And again, the hillside area tends to be coherent within itself, even though it's different from the flatland area. And that's kind of, for me, where the trees also kind of come in and create a distinct character for the whole neighborhood.
Just really quickly, does the hillside area have the same tree character as the flatland area?
It probably has more just old trees, I would guess, just because that's what happens in those areas. So I'd guess that we have fewer palms and more oaks and sycamores. Not sure about the other ones.
Thank you.
It is now time to open our public hearing. I have a record 15 cards. I hope Craig Noddy watches this so badly.
Which, by the way, is almost everyone in the room.
Yeah. This is great.
Well, you figure if you stay this long, you've
Yeah.
got something to say.
Hey.
We are, as I mentioned before, when you're speaking, the chair will call your name. The district proponents get to speak first. I don't know if they put that on their card. You have it organized. Thank you. The district proponents get a little more time as a group. I'm not sure how that's going to be organized. Everyone else will get 3 minutes, so please organize your thoughts. And we do have a timer here. You're going to hear a little chime go off while you're still talking. That's a 30-second warning. If you hear a second chime go off, that's please finish up. And at the chair's discretion, he may ask you to stop talking. If you ask for more time, he's going to have to give that to everyone. It's late, so keep your thoughts as organized and quick as possible. I use those terms interchangeably, but yes, the applicant gets more time, yeah. Yeah, I know the proponents just support the district, yes. And I am, while you guys are speaking, I am going to be trying to coordinate with our person at the phones because we're still having trouble with this. So again, if you're listening, I'm going to try to work on this. You may get disconnected, and we'll ask that you call back and apologize for this technical problem.
All right. I am grateful you're all here. I love this participation. This is awesome. And I have the applicants, and then I have those who are in favor and opposed that check the boxes. And then I have a few that didn't check any boxes. So I'm going to save those for last, just a little potpourri at the end, and see what happens. So our first speaker is Joanna Pringle. Please come forward, state your full name, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm going to stick to my prepared remarks. So my name is Joanna Pringle, and I'm one of the applicants for the Verdugo Woodlands Historic District, whatever we end up calling it. I and many of my friends and neighbors have been interested in creating a historic district to help preserve the character of our unique neighborhood for many years, long before the state started passing legislation like SB 9. The proposed district is large, but it is all the woodlands. It shares a pattern of development and is connected through lush landscaping and the trees that we are also protective of. We are glasses will help. We are delighted by staff's provisional finding that the proposed district is eligible under 4 of 9 criteria. We have done our best to notify residents within the proposed boundaries about the application. The Neighborhood Association has written about it numerous times in our newsletter, including the fall 2022 edition, which was almost all dedicated to it, which was sent to every single resident in the neighborhood within our association zone, not simply members. We did a public presentation on the proposed district, which was advertised to members and on Nextdoor, and I and other supporters hand-delivered notices of the proposed district to every house located within the proposed boundaries. Those efforts took place a while ago because we had to wait over 2 years to get here tonight. But obviously our outreach efforts will amplify if, as we hope, you recommend moving forward with the process. We have planned a historic district walking tour, which is almost done, to educate residents about the historic character of the neighborhood. And we would love you to come to that too. We ask you to please support staff's recommendations that there is evidence of a historically significant district and to urge council to authorize a survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Patrick, is it Masihi? Masihi? Oh, bummer, okay. Next up, I have Greg Grammer. That is a cool last name.
It's not grammatically correct.
Not as cool as Doom.
Ooh, pun intended, I like that.
Good evening, members of the commission, staff. Thank you for having the community meeting earlier today and for having us all here tonight. My name is Greg Grammer. I live at 2511 Hermosillo Drive within the proposed boundaries of the Verdugo Woodlands Historic District. Before moving into that neighborhood in 2020, I lived on Royal Boulevard, and I was a part of the movement in the process to designate that neighborhood as a historic district. And as Mr. Platt mentioned, there was some early opposition to that district. Those were in the early days when there was really not a lot of, experience with historic districts. But eventually, once the historic district was designated, I'm pleased to say that many, if not most of those residents and skeptics became enthusiastic supporters of the district. One of the reasons why I moved to the Verdugo Woodlands is because of its historic character and its tree canopy and lush landscape and setting. And I really applaud the applicants of the Historic District application for putting the application together. And I commend the Homeowners Association for the tremendous amount of outreach and education they've done over the last couple of years, and I know they will continue to do in the months ahead. With that, I enthusiastically support the nomination for the Selva State Verdugo Historic District, and I encourage the commission to move the process forward tonight and allow the retention of a historic preservation consultant to do the survey. And look forward to Selva State Verdugo being added to the list of designated historic districts here in Glendale. Thank you.
My phone is about to die, but thank you. Thank you, commissioners, staff, and our community. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you and the community this evening. My name is Cynthia Duggar. I am a resident in, the Verdugo Woodlands. My partner and I, we have the distinct honor of living in a historic house. And what brought us there was this distinct and diverse neighborhood, especially the trees. You don't see them anywhere else in Glendale. But in my years in Glendale, and it's been about 14 years now, I've had the opportunity to watch some of our city's communities change significantly. The Woodlands is no different. We have seen houses torn down. We have seen houses change. And while change can be good, especially as we address the housing crisis that is everywhere, it can also be to the detriment of the unique character of the community. In many of our neighborhoods, including the Woodlands, we've seen houses torn down or changed significantly. And they're often replaced with homes that don't really blend well with the community and the surroundings. We moved to this area because of the unique landscape. We do not wish to inhibit progress, nor do we want to step on owners' rights. But I fear that we risk losing what makes the Verdugo Woodlands one of the most attractive and best neighborhoods in the city of Glendale. I urge you to push the historic designation forward. We still have time to make meaningful, truthful, and transparent discussions with others throughout the community. But let's not let this opportunity to protect our community die here. This is the first step in protecting this wonderful place, and I hope you push this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Catherine Yurka. Former Commissioner Yurka.
Good evening, former colleagues and staff. My name is Kathy Yurka. I wanted to begin by saying, Jay, you were correct. It is Frederick Pennington Newport, so it is FP.
Yeah, FB. So I was the lead applicant for the Neodrera Drive Historic District, and at the time, this is back in 2013, I had wanted to do a larger Verdugo Woodlands district, but I am very bad at designating workload, and I just couldn't imagine doing all of it myself. And I was really excited when, a few years ago, fellow residents seemed really ready at that time to move forward with a larger district that encompassed more of the neighborhood, in part because so many of them had seen the changes that were made, and not the small changes, not the minor, additions or remodels, but the demolitions, the ripping out old windows, totally reconfiguring the openings, and creating something that just doesn't have any relation to the house that was, historically there, the historic style. I, as you know, am getting ready to leave the neighborhood, but I care so much about it that I wanted to say a few words about it tonight. I think it's really to be regretted that anonymous text or letter came in the mail. Someone invested, I think, about $650 to mail it to all the residents in the neighborhood because it is so full of falsehoods. And I hate to think of the misperceptions about historic districts, which I do think is fueling some of the opposition that you've heard tonight. I think Jay did an excellent job sort of, making clear that these aren't frozen in time, that you can make changes, that you can make additions, even large additions, that they can be visible from the street, and a kind of sometimes unwillingness to really hear about how much flexibility that there actually is in historic districts. And I think Jay is right. I think Glendale's a lot more flexible than other communities are in relation to historic districts. So I would urge you to move this forward tonight if you find, as I believe you should, that it is eligible at the local level. And if council wants to authorize a petition, leave that to them. Because the whole point of streamlining was to get rid of the pointless busy work of getting the 25% signatures. And I really don't think that you should take that upon yourselves. Thank you so much, and I'm going to leave because I'm tired, but it's good to see all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Catherine. Just under the wire. Whoops, stop. And then next up I have Byron Taylor.
Commissioners, first, thank you for your service and volunteering in our community. It's greatly appreciated by all of us. My name is Byron Taylor, and I live in a Mills Act home. My partner Cynthia spoke a moment ago, and I want to talk a little differently about the support of myself and my neighbors for moving forward with this historic district. We happen to live across the street from a property at 1600 El Rito that a year ago was at risk of being demolished. It was in horrible condition. It was sold and rebuilt. And that gave me an opportunity every Saturday and Sunday morning when I'm out gardening. A task that should take me 2 hours a week takes me now 5 hours because I'm interacting with my community neighbors, and they're asking questions about historic houses, seeing this great house that's been restored. And some of them had questions, like some speakers at the earlier public session, and in engaging them and talking about them and giving them information and resources, they come back to me 2 or 3 weeks later when I'm out gardening, telling me that they're now in favor of the historic district in the Verdugo Woodlands. So I urge you to please vote for this and move it forward, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Marcia Hanford, come on down.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marcia Hanford. I received notice about this meeting and about the proposed district because I live within 500 feet of the district, but not within the boundaries, which makes me very sad. But I'm very much in favor. And when you draw the circle around the district, the proposed district, and look at the 500-foot radius, I look forward to that being the halo effect. So if this is approved and moved forward, and there is a district, I'll be happy to live within the halo effect of the, thank you.
The halo effect. That's cool. And next up, I hope I pronounced this right, Annalise Rogan.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my opinion. Okay, this evening. So I'm not opposed, as I mentioned before, to those owners that want to preserve their homes, the history. I'm pro-history. I think it's very relevant, and the reason why I moved in within that area is because I love the home style. So I don't have any intention of making any changes to homes, but I did some research in this regards. So I found different relevant sites, for example, like United States government website, where it talks about using historic preservation to promote affordability and revitalization. So I'm quoting from the article, researchers have noted that in some cases, preservation has served to promote displacement and gentrification. So that struck my, my ability to, to move on and do more research in this regard. So I found Michigan State University had the same article, and the title is How Historical Preservation Can Lead to Gentrification. And I'm going to cite from this, so it's the website, Michigan State University. So what it says is in other words, when money is invested into revitalization communities, the housing cost of those communities often increases dramatically. And when this happened, lower-income residents often struggle to stay in their homes, and many are forced to move out. So the other day, I was watering my hedges, and the family, older people that live from retirement said, I don't know what I'm going to do if I have to remodel my house or make some changes, because now I will have to go through certain processes, which I was triggered by that. And I went online, I saw some appeals to our council, to mayor, I saw, and I saw you too there. So, well, the gentleman was asking to have his windows, as I mentioned before, changed, and was denied by the preservation committee. So, but was approved by the city council. And one of the councilor I remember, he mentioned, and the YouTube the recording is already there, so everyone can notice, if your house weren't in a historical district, you wouldn't been here. So I don't think it's very easy to manage a house when you are in a historical district. And I have another comment that is an article published by Adam Millsap in Forbes magazine stated, historic preservation is a good idea that's gone too far. This is a new way to obstruct the way people choose to update their homes. That's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First name, Maureen. Maureen.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maureen Baltayan. We've all been here since 5 p.m. It's a long time. A lot of information was given. For me personally, I oppose. I'm not going to sit here and talk about pros and cons. I think everyone can do their own research and look up whatever they need to look up. To be honest, I'm not that prepared. I didn't think that I'd be standing here having a conversation about this. I thought it was just a proposal. So there are still a few things that I'm still concerned about. I'm all for a proposal. Someone wanted it, a few people wanted a historic district. Everybody has their own will of what they want. But I don't want this to be a pending situation as of today. right now, if I understood this correctly, because apparently the phones are not working. 3 people went through that were pro, and then apparently a few that didn't get through. I'm getting texts that they're saying hello, hello, and then they're being hung up on. I'm just saying.
Everyone is on the phone right now who was on before, so we
Okay,
fixed
so
our
we
problem.
didn't hear the opposing people, but we heard the 3 people that were pro historic district. This is a hearing, I'm just being honest about how I feel about it. We're about 15, 16 people here, and everybody's prepared with their pro notes. And I don't know if you're going to take the people that are here and make your decision, but we were not given an opportunity to get the votes if people want this to go through or not. Then earlier when Jay, if I may call you Jay, was speaking, said, we want to make this pending because a lot of people might want to do a remodel, so basically let's put a halt to that. Listen, we moved to Verdugo Woodlands because we love the storybook beauty of the streets. The trees are beautiful, the city's trees are beautiful, the curves and the lamps and the lamp posts. You can keep those, okay? But if I bought my house and it's a 1939 house with a 24-inch window looking out, a beautiful scenery, but maybe back then in 1939 it wasn't that beautiful, and I want to make that 24-inch window 48 inches so I can look at that beautiful trees, I don't want to be restricted and be told, well, originally it was 24 inches, we need to keep it at 24 inches, and this is the window you can get, which is double the price. We do have people that live in historic homes, not even a district, and the front of the home has to be exact, and the back can be changed, but some people don't have enough room in the back of their home. Thank you so much.
Everyone remembers the first time you still have 30 more seconds.
Oh, it's okay.
Shant Arshaki.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Shant Arshakian. I'm a resident of the Verdugo Woodlands. I live on Opeechee. I'm opposed to this historic district. I take my daily walks every night with my wife and kids. I walk down Bonita, down to Verdugo Park. It's an hour walk every night. I don't see any homes that jump out that say, oh, why is this here? So I think the Design Review Board is doing a good enough job. And I don't think we need to shift the responsibility to a different organization. The Design Review Board is already has an efficient process. We should keep it that way. I don't think we should burden the majority because what the minority wants. I don't think that's fair. Had they had more people, residents, supporting their cause, I think this room would be filled with more than 15 people. The reason they're trying to push it tonight is because this is their only shot, like one of them mentioned. And it's not fair to the majority. Like Jay said, this would be the biggest area for the historic districts out of all the areas in Glendale. So let me see them provide signatures for majority of the people, proving that this is what the majority want. And I don't think they can provide that. And I don't think it's fair to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Shant. Next I have Rick Stern.
Hello, I'm Rick Stern. I live in the Verdugo Woodlands. I've lived in Glendale for 35 years, mostly in central Glendale. And I discovered the Verdugo Woodlands because I ride a bicycle. And I loved coming up here. And I came up like other people who don't live here because they like to walk around or bicycle through it. 9 years ago, we were lucky enough to be able to move into the Verdugo Woodlands. And I hope we move forward tonight. I would like to see you do what you can tonight to get the process going, to give people the choice as to whether they want to preserve the feeling of the Verdugo Woodlands, the look of the Verdugo Woodlands. Thank you very much. And thanks for being here and staying through all this time.
Get the big bucks. Thank you very much. Good. I love your handwriting. You want to guess? Antoinette Newman?
Antoinette Newman.
Beautiful. A high school teacher. I try to do my best.
Hello, I'm Antoinette Newman. I'm a resident of Verdugo Woodlands for 2 years now. I live on Capistrano Avenue in a Spanish home, which I love, and I love the area. I'm not for or against, I'm going to be honest, but what I'm not for is it doesn't appear that the residents are aware of what's going on. And I have a problem with that. I think that our committee did a great job because they said they did their job. I don't know. It's not their fault that I didn't read everything that came in the mail or the newsletters because I'm not really sure what they look like. I remember getting a nice invitation once, and then I got this letter 2 days. I don't even know when I got the letter, but it was surprising to me. It was surprising because I was like, gosh, I think that I need to go to this meeting because there's something happening. When I walked in and find out that it's a possible pending, that's not okay, in my opinion. Doing a lot of research, because I'm a clinical psychologist and you live on research, I look at 60% that may be what's the name of the house it's called?
Contributor.
A contributor. I'm like, why are we called that? But I get it. But I live in a contributing house. I believe that's what it would be called, is what you said. And I'm like, I don't have a problem with it, but again, if my neighbor who doesn't live in a contributing house doesn't agree with it, they should at least be able to be heard, and they should be educated on it. I think I don't know this letter that came in the mail that, it may be in my mailbox, I don't know. But I'm like, if someone is sharing false information and people are believing that, then they need to be educated on it prior to a pending. That's my problem, is the pending. Not the problem that it moves forward. If the majority says, yes, this is what we want for the Verdugo Woodlands, which I love, and it's why I moved there, then we should do that. But if you have, say, 55% of people that live in Verdugo Woodlands that doesn't want this, then why are we moving forward? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette. Mark Crawford. Come on down.
Well, thank you guys for considering this proposal. I've been a resident in the area for 26 years and have seen changes going on. And gentleman explained the aesthetics of the location. All you'd have to do is drive through and see it. It's immediate. It's shown by all the people that walk, ride their bikes, jogs, hikes. It's a unique area for Glendale, and I think it should be preserved as such. And I think by creating this district, it would help to continue that history. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next, I have Loretta DeLang? DeLang, okay.
Good evening. My name is Loretta DeLang. I live on El Rio in the hillside area of the Woodlands. And I want to thank Jay for a really informative and clear presentation. You made excellent points many times. And I want to thank you for your patience and your fairness in addressing some of the questions that people had. I'll just make it short. I am totally in favor of establishing the Verdugo Woodlands as a historic district. So I hope that we can go forward with this proposition. Thank you.
That was short. Thank you, Loretta. I love this one. He just wrote Nate. Come on down, Nate. And your email address, but I'll just Nate.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Nate. I have been a resident here in Glendale all of a month. I know many people, have many more years. I actually, in fairness, I've been coming here a couple of years, and a friend of mine who lives in Verdugo Woodlands made me aware of how beautiful the neighborhood is. But everybody's commented on how wonderful the neighborhood is. I'm coming from the city, It's obviously a very peaceful neighborhood. I mean, go outside at 10 o'clock at night, and from where I'm coming from and where I grew up, it's a very different change of pace. And there's so much of it I love, but one of the biggest things that attracted me to the neighborhood was actually the diversity within the community. And I mean that not just, we're talking about trees, and I wouldn't be so convinced about the architecture. It's varied within a certain state. I wouldn't call it on the modern trend, but I would say that the diversity attracted to it, and it felt like a place I would be proud to raise my kids who are young, and I would like to spend a great deal of my life here, hopefully the rest of my days. But I was also hoping that this would be a community that was open to diversity of architecture. And I'm not saying that I'm opposed to anybody building or preserving historic homes. I previously served in the architecture profession for several years, so I understand what it's like to sit on your side of it, as well as you, and I appreciate that presentation. I also just would argue that so I am not strictly opposed for those who want to self-elect to have their homes preserved, especially those who can qualify as such. Part of my due diligence in buying the home, having looked at a number of other neighborhoods and having practiced myself, was to find a home in a neighborhood that would be open to diversity of architecture. So part of that due diligence process was to reach out to the planning department and ask them, is this a historic home? And I've stated very clearly, no, this does not qualify as one. I looked up my address, we had a formal meeting over this, and this was very recently. So then on top of that, there was a comment that was shared between myself, who I will leave the planner unnamed, but said when looking at my home, they said, no, from the looks of yours, just similar to your survey as you drove around the neighborhood, mine is not it's a non-contributor. And on top of it, it was kind of a shared joke that it's Spanish style like. So the semblance of what was there that might have, thank you, fallen into that categorization has kind of gone by the wayside. And so my concern is that because this is the most ambitious allotment we have going to date, as illustrated, right? By far, I think there, by wholesale, a lot of properties that are going to be looked at with a certain level of scrutiny as others have not, or have, I should say. And I would say it's unfair to those, thank you, it's unfair to those who really don't even fall into any clear architectural style to then have to adhere to this. So that is the reason I personally am opposed to it. I'm not opposed to those who want to elect to have that. And having heard from other people, some of which weren't able to stay this far in the meeting, this many hours, it does sound like there were a great deal of members of the community who were not made aware of this organization of this previous
Being here
homeowners.
1 month, Nate, I want to ask before you leave, where did you move from?
From Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
So I would just like to bring to your attention, while in previous surveys, 25% it seemed like a formality. Tonight, I'm just going to give you my impression. Tonight seemed like less of kind of felt like a formality, having heard from a number of other citizens who've been here a lot longer than I have.
Thank you. And my last card is Alan Durham.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Alan Durham. I do not live in the proposed historic district, but I heard some comments here. I am an advocate for historic districts, historic preservation, and I heard some comments that I just wanted to give more context to. One of the speakers referenced, it was actually the last city council meeting, just on Tuesday, that the owner of the Ross Boyne Boulevard house had to appeal to council because he wanted to replace his front windows. The reason he appealed was HPC had actually rejected his proposal to replace the windows, wanting him to restore the original wood windows that were still in place. So, it made it sound like, oh, we don't allow window replacements. But actually, Jay Platt explained at the city council meeting that it's not the policy of Glendale in a historic district to deny replacing front windows if they, closely resemble the style and character of the original windows. and are not vinyl. And there are different options for that. And I don't really think gentrification, that argument applies to Verdugo Woodlands. Gentrification typically occurs in areas that were never very affluent or might once have been affluent and then suffered from urban decay after suburban flight. And Verdugo Woodlands is not an area that is in danger of being gentrified. If anything, it's always been middle to upper income. And I just don't see any relevance with the gentrification argument that can be applied to certain other areas of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Could you check your mic, please?
Thank you. Thank you for all keeping it short and sweet.
Okay, and Chair Doom, we have 6 phone.
6 phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I go to next because you're short and sweet. I hope the phone calls do the same. So I'm going to keep talking the phone call time as well.
And just so
First
everyone
caller.
knows, I believe that these are all callers who have been on or been trying to be on for a while. Some people do drop off because it's late, but we'll see who's here, and hopefully it's all of them. Ellen, you're on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission. Ellen, are you there? Ellen, are you there? Okay, we'll put her back on hold. Patrick, you're on with the Preservation Commission.
Hi, good evening. Patrick Massey. I did have a card. Unfortunately, I had to leave, but I decided to call in. 110% for this survey to be done. Hopefully tonight the commission will move this application forward. This is not the end of this process. Unfortunately, there are people out there making false accusations and bringing false misnomers. This is simply getting the application through for further review. We still have to go through many, many different processes and signature collections to get this thing done. So every side will be heard. This is not about just basically tonight ending it all. This thing is just starting. And people have to be given the chance to preserve their neighborhoods, and that's what we're asking for, the chance to preserve this beautiful neighborhood that we live in, that we are very proud of, and we want to keep the aesthetic looks of these beautiful homes and beautiful streets. That's what we're fighting for. I think all of us want the same thing, except some of us are confused with false information that has been sent, and that hopefully will be dealt with in the few months that we have to deal with this issue in the future. But again, communication is the key. Neighbors need to sit down, talk to each other. Everybody has their opinion, which is great. Tonight we've heard a variety of things. We need to open the communication. Let's talk to each other. Let's make sure we know what are the facts and what are not the facts, and get all that thing resolved. But tonight I'm asking the commission to hopefully move this forward. Let's get the survey process done. And again, we appreciate the time that everybody has spent being late. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. And Mary, you're on the air with the Preservation Commission.
Good evening. This is Mary. I want to thank the Commission for being here, listening to us this evening. I can see that I'm 1,000% behind what Patrick just said. I've listened to the public forum this evening as well as this hearing, and I have seen or heard a lot of, I don't know if it was deliberate, but some fear-mongering. I did not get the mailing that went out that maybe had put misinformation in it. But along with the fear-mongering, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding. And so to echo what Patrick just said, and to his point, I think we are beginning this process. There will be a lot more education and outreach to our communities so that we can hopefully achieve our goals that will be the best for the community and for our neighborhood. urging you to please authorize staff to move forward with the process. We've been waiting for a couple of years, and we're ready to go to the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And let's see. Carolyn, you're on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission.
Hi. I just also wanted to follow with Mary and Patrick as well. I'm a little confused how people are saying that they haven't heard about this kind of going through. We moved into the neighborhood in 2021, and we have known about this since then. This isn't something new. 2022. This isn't something new. This is something that we have been in the works for a while. They have held neighborhood meetings. They have gone, when you actually buy your house and you move in, they have provided something that says Verdugo Woodlands Association as a gift to welcome you to the neighborhood. They have been very transparent, and they have been very communicative. So I'm a little concerned as to how people are saying, oh, we didn't know about this. It's been how many years, and we didn't hear one thing. People have been very proactive in this neighborhood. And I'm just curious, because along with the fear mongering, I'm wondering if a lot of these people actually live in the neighborhood. Because it feels like people are saying, oh, we didn't hear about this, but we have had organizations, we have had meetings, and we recently moved into the neighborhood. This isn't something new to us, and this is important to us. I feel like everyone is saying, oh, the process is very different. You go through the regular design of Glendale. It is different because there are laws now that stipulate that you can have SB 6 and there will be multi-family home dwellings in a neighborhood. And it doesn't make sense with the actual neighborhood structure. So if these are people that actually own homes in Verdugo Woodlands, you cannot say that we already have something in place because it does not have anything in place. If you go through the regular design of Glendale, you are still having to answer to the regular laws that California states that you can have a home in a lot that is sold separately to make it into multiple family home dwellings. However, in a historic preservation district, that is not allowed. And that is the whole charm of the neighborhood. People, like I said previously on my other phone call, are allowed to enjoy the neighborhood. We love this neighborhood, and I'm very confused as to why people are fighting this so hard. Yes, you have to go through an extra step to make sure the neighborhood of the aesthetic is preserved in the atmosphere. Fine, but that is why we moved into the neighborhood. If you want the other view of architecture and diversity in terms of architecture, you can go to other areas.
Okay, please wrap it up.
Have more modern areas.
Your time is up, caller. Please wrap it up. Wrap up.
I'm sorry, but I'm just very confused why there is such a pushback on maintaining the architectural design.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Okay, we hope to clear up the confusion with the meeting later on when we discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. Let's see. David, you're on the air with the Preservation Commission.
Thank you very much. My name is David Watson. I live on Del Valle, and my wife and I are 100% for pushing on with the historic district. I have 3 points I'd like to bring up. One is there are plenty of checks and balances along the way. So if the opponents for who are against this measure are as strong as they believe they are, this will not pass. So that's my first point. There are checks and balances built into the system. The second thing I'd like to bring up is, thank you, Jay, for all those slides you had you showed on the screen. I would like I'd like the commission to particularly look at the 8 other historic districts that have gone through and look at the percentages of how they were passed. That's my second point. And my third and last point is one of the reasons my wife and I love living here so much and we moved here is we love the neighborhood. We love the architecture. We love the flora and the fauna. but we consider ourselves the current owners of our house. There are thousands of people who have lived in the Verdugo Woodlands before us, and over the next 100, 200 years, there will be thousands of people living here after us. We don't want to be so conceited and say, this is only for us. Let's destroy it from this point on. We want people 200 years from now to experience the same things we are now. But of course, they have the opportunity to upgrade windows, doors, insulation, plumbing, electrical, anything and everything they need to do to get their house to survive for that long. So that is basically my third point, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dan, you're on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission.
Hi, thank you. I will do my best to keep it short and sweet. I'm noticing that a lot of the dissenting voices who are coming out against this historic preservation zone becoming the lay of the land are, it seems like they're rankling against the concept of being told what to do with their property, having to, jump through hoops and having to follow the rules. And it's not like it's currently a free-for-all. You still have to submit building plans, and you still have to get permits cleared, and you still have to get permission. I live in the prospective zone, and, this is not in effect yet. And I was told very recently that we couldn't install vinyl windows. So we're currently being told what we can and can't do with our property. And I think that the commission has made very clear that they're listening to, the priorities that are going to be baked into this policy if it's to become, if it's to be adopted. And this is everyone's, chance to make sure that the policies that are governing this historic zone, are reflective of what people want and what they care about in this neighborhood. So I would just encourage people to see this not as, it's a bunch of rules you're going to have to follow. You're already following a bunch of rules, whether you like it or not. You could raise your voice and have it be reflected in these new rules and make sure that the things that you care about and the things that you like about living in Verdugo Woodlands, are preserved and are reflected in these new rules. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two more callers. I don't think we're going to be able to take any other callers. If the chair would like to, hear these two callers and go back to a third who may not be on the line anymore. Is that?
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, no one else has been checking in, so. Brenda, you're on the air with the Historic Preservation
Yes.
Commission.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Brenda Berg, and we live on Camulus and Cañada in a 1926 Spanish-style house. And we believe that the historical context of the neighborhood is precious, and we've seen changes over the years. We've seen a house on O-Pee-Chee go down with a big white box put up in place of this lovely old colonial 1939 home. And I think one of your previous callers mentioned that we are stewards of the properties that we own. And that's how my husband and I care for our home. And we are really concerned with more big box houses and more development that will not contribute to the beauty and the character of our neighborhood. So we applaud the commission for holding this endless hearing tonight. They must be exhausted. And we are very supportive of the efforts to build a historic community, historic district. And we'll be willing to work for it. Also, we got the mailing. We receive the mail and we listen to the mail. We read our mail. So there you go.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. We're not tired.
Sure.
We're just beginning. Thank
right.
you. Oops. And Talene, you're on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission.
Hi, my name is Talene. I've been a resident of Glendale for 50 years. I have actually lived in the Verdugo Woodlands for 26 years myself. And I know various callers that were saying they get welcome packages, etc. That's probably for new residents, not residents who've been living here for 26 years. I am opposed to this historic planning. Now, the reason is because there are several homes that have already been remodeled and changed, and I don't think we can go back and change what has already been done. My home is not really very historic. I don't see me changing anything, but I think people who have very colonial homes and want to preserve those should be independently allowed to make those homes historic. I don't think we should put a restriction on every single person in the area, because there are several homes already that have been changed, and I would say quite a few. I live on Wabasso myself, and my the difficult problem I have is not people changing the look of homes, but the fact that the city of Glendale allowed people to make all their garages into additional dwelling units. So right now, our street used to have no cars on it, and now every single house has 4 or 5 cars parked in front of it, because all the houses in my area have additional dwelling units. And I think it's too late to change things and say we are making things historic, because I don't think ADUs are going away. They keep coming, and I think it's not the same as it used to be. But I think the more of the problem is not making it historic, is the more of the problem is preventing more people moving into Verdugo Woodlands when it's already a one single family home. So I am opposed, because people who, for example, my house next door was a 100-year-old man who passed away with his wife, Art Moore, if you have heard of him before. His house, the person who bought it really didn't change much, but it was a very small house on a big lot. So he was allowed to fix it. He didn't really change too much. But if people are not allowed to do that and have to go through more significant...
30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'll wrap it up here. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Okay, thank you, Talene. And we'll go back to Ellen, see if she's with us. Ellen, you're on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission. Ellen appears to not be with us. And so those were our final calls.
All right. Wow. That was a great public hearing.
Not over.
Oh, no, it's not over. I haven't declared it over yet. So at this point, I will close the public hearing and ask for comments among ourselves. And you're welcome to listen. We don't hear any cat calls or anything. We'll discuss amongst ourselves and go from there. So, Jeffrey, you want to start?
Sure. I appreciate everyone being here and hearing both sides and everyone's thoughts and opinions, and it's really been very helpful, because I may have had preconceived ideas or a bias or not on some aspects of this. So I appreciate all the comments. A couple of things. Residents are free to propose a historic district. And there are residents, of course, in the Verdugo Woodlands that have proposed a historic district. Residents are also free to petition the proposed historic district. And as Jay said earlier, this is a very democratic process. And part of that process, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, is that this is the beginning.
I hate to interrupt. One of our callers believes she was deprived of 30 seconds. I'm not sure that that's true, but in an effort to try to be fair and assume that it is true, if you wouldn't mind reopening the hearing, we can.
Of course.
Sorry to interrupt
we will
that.
Reopen
before
the
you
hearing
went too far,
and
Jeffrey.
grant the caller 30 additional seconds.
Talene, we apologize if we cut you off too soon. You have 30 seconds with the Historic Preservation Commission to continue. Thank you. I just said that to dead air. Talene, you're back on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission. Apologies if we cut you off too soon. You have 30 seconds. Okay, she's ringing through again, so. There we go. Talene, you're back on the air with the Historic Preservation Commission for 30 more seconds. Sorry if we cut you off short.
Sorry, when you said I had 30 seconds, I thought he said time was up. The last thing I wanted to say is I think each resident should get an opportunity to vote on this, either by mail or some other fashion, because I don't think just by hearings, I'm going to be honest, I work a lot and I don't get a chance to watch all these hearings. I think we should all get an opportunity to vote on whether we want to do this, either by mail or some other fashion. And nothing against you, Jay, but I think someone in his position should be more neutral, not one way or the other. And that's it. So I hope you guys really consider that. Every resident should get an opportunity to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Talene. Stephanie, you're back on.
Closing the public hearing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, thank you. Robert's rules. Public hearing has now been closed a second time.
So I was starting to talk about how this is a democratic process. This is not the end. This is the beginning. And if it moves forward, it doesn't mean that your voices, the opposing voices, have not been heard. It actually provides additional opportunities for your voices to continue to be heard. And the way that can happen, and there are three ways for this, and I want to reiterate this, is that there's a potential for a second petition for the opposition, for an opposition petition, and as the last caller suggested, that residents should be able to vote. Well, using that word vote, residents could vote in the opposition petition. So that's one way. And there's also voicing your opinions at City Council, I think on the 27th. And there, it'll come back to me. So, I'm just, I'm thinking about what if this was reversed? I mean, it sounds absurd, but what if a neighborhood in Glendale wanted to be proactive about ensuring that their neighborhood would not be, they, instead of proposing a historic district, they were proposing a non-historic district. And thinking about the side of residents that would want a historic district and being sort of pushed or guided in such a way that would sort of force them to not be in a historic district, to not have their neighborhood in a historic district. And then thinking about what sounds like a certain amount of misinformation, and I don't know if it's deliberate or not, but there are ways, what I'm getting at is there are ways to continue to address the opposition. And I think part of that can happen through more discussion, and I'm gonna have some more thoughts of this, but I just wanted to start out with that this is a democratic process, regardless of what the commission decides, that it remains a democratic process. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go in a few different directions here. First of all, something truly random for Jay. If this moved forward and a consultant studied this as a potential historic district, do they do a record search from the info center?
Probably, but we pretty much know what we have in Glendale, so I don't know that that would be an important.
I was only curious because the application talked a lot about water features, and I was curious about anything archaeological that may have been studied up there or that might be potentially important.
We have a full archaeological study of the city.
Okay.
And we don't know of anything. We think there were some seasonal encampments of Tongva or other Native American groups through the Woodlands area, but we don't know of any, actual habitation.
Okay, and then one speaker earlier had a certain sort of concerns or thoughts, that this is, different than before, and it brings in this idea of pending. And I wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about what pending means. I know you probably mentioned it 3 hours ago, but if you could just refresh us as to what becomes pending now and what are the implications of that if this moves forward.
Just so everyone knows, the concept is not unique to Glendale. There's a period in any historic district proposal in any city in the United States, perhaps this exists in other countries too, where there's an application and implementation is sometime after that. Glendale, along with other cities, recognizes that this is kind of a zone of time in which things can change, and we don't anticipate that anyone is going to start stripping their house of all of the character-defining features that make it a beautiful Tudor, Spanish, ranch, or whatever, but that is a concern. In Los Angeles, they have a thing called an interim control ordinance during the period that we're talking about. In Glendale, we've always treated this period as, something where we carefully watch any proposals for work in a historic district. Several years ago, we codified the concept of pending district and made it after the commission moved the proposal forward. Under the pre-streamlining process, and I will fully admit, I inherited this process to some degree, but implemented it many times as part of my job. We didn't notify people before the first Historic Preservation Commission hearing. And so the commission was kind of looking at the application as a standalone entity. We wouldn't have had this group. So I believe that the current process is much more fair in terms of allowing you to hear the feedback, pro, con, and in the middle. So I'd say our process is now improved. But what does pending mean? It means that the commission has decided that there's enough evidence in the application to suggest that this district looks like it could be eligible based on the thresholds and criteria. It means that HPC becomes the design review authority, and a lot of this is driven by the fact that before we did this, the design review board was the design review authority in this interim period, and we got nothing but feedback saying DRB has no expertise on the very specific issues of historic properties, to the point that sometimes it was recommended that we take something from DRB, and DRB would say, wait, we want to hear from HPC before we weigh in on this. So again, the process is much more straightforward now. People who are making the changes have the expertise. And something I haven't said yet tonight, 90%, I don't have an actual number, most applications for work in Glendale are handled at staff level. Most applications are never going to go to the Historic Preservation Commission or to the Design Review Board, depending on where they are. We also have this administrative procedure that I mentioned before, which we review your process, we let your neighbors know what's happening, but we don't bring anything to the board or the commission. We make decisions at staff level. based on any input we get from the neighborhood. We err on the side, and most of those applications, we don't get comments from the neighbors. We work with applicants to try to make projects meet our guidelines. That's the whole goal of staff level work with applicants, is we try to get things to a place where no one's going to be upset. It's going to meet our guidelines, the neighbors are going to be happy, the owners are hopefully going to be happy. So that's kind of the backstory. But basically, the two things that change after you move this forward as a pending district is you are the design review authority instead of DRB, and the historic district guidelines apply to all of our review, staff level or higher, versus the citywide design guidelines.
And just to clarify, when you said we would be the design review board, but like you said, the vast majority of what goes to the city will not be coming in front of us. It'll probably be taken care of at the staff level.
We have thousands of applications every year that are reviewed at staff level.
Okay.
By far the majority. This whole thing about design review authority is tricky. The DRB is the design review board.
Mm-hmm.
You will become the design review authority, which is the technical code language for any applications that need to be reviewed by the commission.
Okay.
But like I said, very few ultimately need to come up to this level of review.
Then not every last thing's going to come in front of us.
Most applications are handled at staff level. The application fees are much lower. We call those those applications exempt from additional higher level design review. And we can really work with applicants a lot of the time to get there. So.
Okay. I wanted to also bring up, earlier when we were talking about benefits to districts, I wanted to bring up another one which I don't think was brought up earlier, and that's the ability to use a more flexible building code, the state historical building code. So that if you're a district contributor, or is it a contributor within the boundary, you get to use the state historical building code. Is that correct?
Well, almost. It's not a you get to. Our building department is required to use the historical building
Mandate,
code.
yes.
Now,
So-
it doesn't come up all that often. We don't usually have requests that, but for example, the same application we've been talking about tonight about the windows that went on appeal to the design review board, that house has a small balcony at the front of the house that has a very low railing. The owner could have kept that railing. We could use the historical building code to say this is adequate, but the owner wasn't comfortable with that. So we said we can work on maintaining that low railing and then putting a secondary kind of very transparent, minimal railing. And so that's one of the ways the historic building code comes into play. But it's not a regular issue, but it's mandatory for historic resources.
It's mandatory, but it often ends up being much more flexible than the typical building code that a house that is not a landmark or within a historic district would be subject to. A while ago, and I think it's worth bringing up again, there's an individual, there have been a lot of studies done, and Jay talked about some of the numbers. And there's an individual, there's a think tank in Washington called Place Economics, if anybody's interested, and it's a man named Donovan Rypkema, R-Y-P-K-E-M-A. And Place Economics has overseen a multitude of studies and has combined other studies where consistently the savings, the value, the added value of living in a historic preservation district is anywhere from 5% to 30% more. And as Jay mentioned earlier, it tends to be, we think it's because of people buying knowing that things are going to be relatively stable in their environment, that they're not going to suddenly have to deal with something that they did not sign up for next door. People move into these areas because they're charming, and district listings help enforce that charm or support that charm rather than enforce. Now, a couple of other things here. Any property in Glendale that's a landmark, not just in Glendale, but most anywhere in the United States, owners, anybody going in for a permit, they're asked to follow basically 10 basic rules, the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. I encourage those of you who may have questions or concerns to look those rules up. And they tend to be I think they're very flexible. Jay's very familiar with them. And from my past experience, I've been on this about a year, I feel like I've seen Jay be very flexible in terms of how those can be interpreted to work for the property owner that needs to make a change. They're not binary. And so they encourage certain actions or certain ways of doing something. And these are sort of the 10 basic guidelines that pretty much everybody, whether you're local, state, or federal, if I'm doing a National Register nomination or working on a National Register property, I have to look at the Secretary of the Interior standards, or if it's local, I encourage you to look those up. Look up the place economics studies. And then a couple of other things. I'm a federally qualified architectural historian for a living. That's why I'm here. That's my expertise. I have a background in applying regulatory compliance, whether it's local, state, or federal ordinances or this and that, and trying to understand what those are. Glendale has Ordinance 30.25.020. And in this city, there is the option to explore the possibility of landmarking a historic district. Glendale offers that as a possibility. And as part of that option, there are criteria. My job as an expert, and why I'm on this commission as opposed to some other commission, part of what I do with anything I find eligible whenever I landmark something or if I think something's not, is I look at what the city's criteria are that I am looking at this property against, whether it's an individual property or a district. Glendale's criteria are codified in 30.25.020. Now, are those criterion, are they stringent enough? Should there be more contributors than 60%? That's not for me to say. My job being on this commission right now is to look at the criteria I have in front of me and look at the information I have here about this district. And for today, at least, because this is not a final decision, is to see, is there a preponderance of evidence or the possibility that this could be a district of some kind? Is that something worth exploring? Well, from what I've seen in this presentation, from what staff seems to think, whether it's because of associations with Pirtle and Newport, whether it's because of a consistency of these homes that those in support of this and in opposition of this have called charming, that are older, or the landscape, per Glendale's own eligibility criteria, the proposed district appears to have enough potential to potentially meet at least one of those criteria, if not more. And I feel like that's my job here, is to, look at that very objectively and see if that's true, again, relative to how that criterion is written. And relative, for what I've seen tonight and for what I see of the criteria, there appears to be a possibility worth exploring once a consultant looks at it and comes up with their decision that there may be a historic district here. My role is not to decide what's proper property rights or not. My role is, my expertise is in understanding historic older buildings, understanding how they might be historically significant relative to how a local municipality has defined significance for themselves. And those definitions are codified in the city ordinance. I don't decide those. We don't decide those. Based off what this applicant did for this district, there appears to be enough here to look into. There are going to be plenty of opportunities if there's opposition, if the majority of the property owners don't want this, it's not going to happen. Today, what we are doing is looking at the possibility. I support looking at that possibility, which is all that's happening today. What Jay mentioned a minute ago about pending, this is very common in a lot of potential historic districts. Most municipalities that I'm aware of and that I've worked in across Southern California and elsewhere, they always have something in place where if a district's being looked at seriously, they have some guardrails, lest somebody try to do something really wild at the last minute that they know would not be appropriate. And of course, I'm not implying that that's anybody here tonight. But those guardrails are there for, I think they're reasonable and fair. And I feel like Jay has tried to communicate how he would try to go about this fairly if something came in front of him. So I support having a consultant look at this. I support moving forward with a study. And I'm also very thankful, though, for the option that the opposition has in case you really are opposed and want to gather the signatures necessary, whatever, you still have that option. And that's part of the process. It's not going away tonight. But I do think there's enough here consistency-wise in terms of older Tudors, craftsmen, storybooks, one Swiss house, Spanish colonial revival, the trees which were purposely kept, and all of it is very cohesive. I think this is enough to look at, and I support moving forward to look at this. Thank you.
Did you remember your thoughts? You sure? Okay. All right, you're all still here. This is fantastic, and it's almost 10 o'clock, and I'll be brief. And I wish to announce, because a lot of you, this is for your first time, I'm not an architect. I haven't written architecture books. I do love history, and I am a lifelong resident of Glendale. I was born and raised here, and the only person who could beat me on that is Commissioner Morgan, who was here earlier. And I wish to first thank each of you for coming this evening. This is, as Jeffrey said, small d democracy at its best, both for the hearing before, the forum before, and our commission. Normally, no one is here except an architect and a homeowner. So this is fantastic. And in addition, thank you all for expressing your opinions. I hope everyone believes they were heard and no one was denied. And you were all listened to. And I'll be very brief in addressing a few concerns that I heard from you in the audience. And I'll talk to Maureen first, because you spoke to me earlier and I listened to you. I'm not going to go one by one. I'm just going to speak. By Maureen, I can speak to a lot of you. As Commissioner Head said, this is our first step, okay? And we in the city are not here to say no to you. We are not, as maybe stereotypically, the big government jumping in with 2 feet and telling you no. Staff settles, as Jay said, 90% of the problems. When they come to us, it's because the homeowner wishes our input. And we make accommodations, I would say 99% of the time, with that homeowner, and it's settled here. The case with the window is the only case I can think of in 7 years where City Council has overruled us. And you have the option of appeal from us to go to City Council. Our first step is tonight to ask Council to hire a consultant and get the ball rolling. This word pending, I don't wish to scare any of you with that. You're not being denied anything. Sean, you're shaking your head. I'm hoping to address to you as well that we're not stopping anything. If we tonight delayed this process and asked the applicants to get 25% of the signatures, they would get 25% of the signatures. No historic district has ever failed to meet that first step threshold. And then we would be right back here, forced to go ahead because of the 25%. Okay? Council could overrule us again. So this streamlined step saves you the opportunity. You can just have council overrule us today. And council will then say, go back and get the 20% signatures, and we'll come back. The big vote for each of you who want your vote is at that petition to get over 50% of the homes to join the district. That is the big vote where many districts have come so close and have failed, or not, I mean, almost failed. So that's your opportunity to go in that time period and spread the word, inform your neighbors, get organized, form your petitions. If you limit this for the first time, I apologize for that. Nothing is perfect. There are two sides to every coin. When we vote, we're always going to have losers, winners and losers. And I'm sorry we're not on the winning end today. Because council overruled us with the windows, I don't go home upset. It's not going to make me angry. You win some, you lose some. We are here acting in our best interest. We're all volunteers up here. I don't get paid for this. And I am happy to serve and make sure that our city is accommodating to us, the people. And I'm hoping tonight we serve that purpose. And if you don't like our decision tonight, that's what city council is for, to an appeal. And if you don't like their vote, then the petition vote is there. And if you like the petition vote, you can go back to council again. You get so many bites at this apple, to use that phrase, okay? So this is just the start. And I hope we educated you on a lot of things tonight. Whether you like it or not, I can't agree. I can't persuade you everywhere to agree on everything, but I hope you walk out of this room smarter or knowing more than when you walked in, okay? And those are my 10 cents. Jeffrey, any last minute thoughts? Okay, any last minute thoughts? All right, the chair will now entertain a motion one way or the other.
So I do have a question about the park, about Verdugo Park. And that will be part of if this moves forward, that will be part of the study, and the report may or may not indicate inclusion of the park, or? Correct. Okay.
And the city may or may not choose to include it at the end of the day, since it's city-owned property.
So our decision isn't so specific about inclusion of the park or not. It's a decision about moving forward with the study.
Yeah, if the study said one way or the other, include the park or don't include the park, and you disagreed with that conclusion, the next HPC hearing, when you're reviewing the draft survey report, would be the time to kind of discuss that more, because then you'll have the benefit of the information that the survey study kind of pulls together.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys want a sample of the motion real quick? Because you're making a motion that HPC finds that enough information is included in the application to suggest that the proposed district is likely to be eligible. And I'm just making this up. It's not formal language, so say it how you like. And you're authorizing staff to move forward by bringing the proposal for the survey consultant to council for authorization of a contract and funding.
Okay, more or less. I'm going to make a motion that the City of Glendale Historic Preservation Commission, based off of a preponderance of evidence of a likelihood of a potential historic district, based off the information given tonight, that council authorize that staff authorize a study for this historic district by qualified consultants.
Yeah, ultimately it is city council that will do the authorization, so.
Okay.
I second.
Vote, please.
Roll call, Commissioner Head,
Yes.
Commissioner Paul,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Doom.
Yes.
Very nice, thank you. So everyone who's here, thinking in terms of the upcoming city council meeting, if you want to, please sign the little sign-in sheet with your email address. You don't have to give us anything else. We'll make sure you know when the hearing is, only because council hearing, it hasn't been finalized right now, but we think it's going to be September 27th, so. All right. Thank you. We only have an update. We still have a tiny bit of business, but people can stay if they would like or leave if they'd like. The only update for tonight is just we have two historic districts kind of working their way through the system kind of side by side. The Cleveland Knoll District is south of the Cumberland Heights neighborhood. We have an application for the neighborhood, and this is scheduled for the October 17th HPC hearing. Based on all of the experience you've gained tonight, I'm sure we're going to have a much more streamlined and concise meeting, but if we end up having a 5-hour meeting, so be it. So, but it's going to be the same format as this with the community forum and then the HPC hearing. Is that, Daniel, you look a little...
I'm fine.
Late.
Too late, okay.
Looking right through, I'm looking right through when you said 5 hours. so-
Okay.
Okay.
But it was 5 hours, right?
If you want to adjourn the meeting?
All right. At what time are we looking at? 10:06. This meeting of the Glendale Historical Preservation Commission is adjourned.
Okay, thanks everyone.